go home. Yes. All right. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go ahead and call the meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Bagley.
Here.
Council members Christensen. Here. Finley. Here. Martin. Here. Peck. Rodriguez. Here. Waters. Here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right. So the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. I can't see nothing tonight. I got some. Yeah, it is working. And you're not in the queue. We're all good. You will be. All right, let's go ahead. And just a brief reminder to the public. Tonight is a regular session, which means we're going to have first call public invited to be heard, which means that if you're on the list, which we don't have, but if you're on the list, you have the list. You'll have the opportunity to speak, 3 minutes, anything you want. And then at the end, we'll go on with the rest of our meeting. And then if you don't sign up on the list the first go round, you can still say something, but you got to wait till the end. And I will have to cut you off at 3 minutes, no matter how much I love or dislike what you're saying. Let's go ahead. Do I have a motion for the approval of minutes of April 23rd, 2019 regular session?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. All right. That passes unanimously. All right. Any agenda revisions or submission of documents? All right. Seeing none. City Manager, do you have a report?
No report, Mayor, Council.
All right, let's go ahead and have a proclamation designating the month of May 2019 as Stroke Awareness Month in Longmont, Colorado. Got a couple of them today. So this is a proclamation designating the month of May 2019 as Stroke Awareness Month in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas stroke is an emergency and a brain attack can happen to anyone at any time, regardless of race, gender, or age, and whereas stroke is a leading cause of serious long-term disability and the fifth leading cause of death in the United States, killing nearly 133,000 people each year, and whereas recognizing symptoms of stroke and acting immediately to get medical attention can save a life and limit disabilities, as new and effective treatments have been developed to treat and minimize the severity and damaging effects of strokes when administered quickly, and whereas the BEFAST, or the Be Fast warning signs and symptoms of stroke, include sudden trouble walking, loss of balance or coordination, difficulty seeing into one or both eyes, face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty, and that it's time to call 911. By the way, that's not in order. You'd have to go back and look at Be Fast, but it's all in there. Whereas during American Stroke Month in May and year-round, Longmont's emergency medicine providers are committed to improving treatment of stroke through innovative processes. Now, therefore, I, Brian J. Bagley, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim May 2019 as Stroke Awareness Month in Longmont and urge all the citizens of Longmont to familiarize themselves with the risk factors associated with stroke, the Be Fast warning signs and symptoms, to dial 911 immediately on the first signs of stroke. So at this time, I would like, who is accepting this? Hold on a second. I believe it's Rachel Longseth, the RN Stroke Program Coordinator, Mary Odrzewalski, the Occupational Therapist and Longmont Stroke Support Group Facilitator, and other members of the Longmont Stroke Support Group and Stroke Council who are in attendance to accept the proclamation. Are they here? All right, well, come on down. Do you have anything to say before we take your picture? Okay, great. Come on down. Let's take your picture and the people you're here with. Proclamations. All right. Now we'd like Dale Rodemaker, General Manager of Public Works and Natural Resources, to come down to accept the next proclamation. Oh, you can stay there until I'm done reading it, Dale. You don't have to stay. You can just hang in the back. It says, whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vitally important to let me start over. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Longmont. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public work professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels in government and the private sector, and who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Longmont to gain knowledge of and to maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2019 marks the 59th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association and the Canadian Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Brian J. Bagley, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim May 19th to the 25th, 2019 as National Public Works Week in Longmont, and I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies, Mr. Rodemaker, ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Mayor Bagley and members of council, Dale Rademacher, Public Works Natural Resources. And I have with me tonight Ellen Hilbig and other staff members that I think should come down. We don't want to make this a practice to be coming down every week for a proclamation, but this is really an important one for one of our newer staff members, for Ellen. And I really think it's important to support new folks as they're coming online. And she has a lot of enthusiasm and passion. I'd like Ellen to just say a few words about APWA.
Good evening, Council. I'm an engineer for the City of Longmont, and I'm also a chapter board member on the Colorado American Public Works Association for the Colorado chapter. I'm the emerging leaders, or the emerging leader position, and I also support young professionals and some of the young. We also have an emerging leadership program called Public Works Institute, which I'm also a graduate of. So this is important to me because it's kind of one of the things that we are focusing on as a national level as a young professional. And we're really trying to start this National Public Works Week celebration off strong. The actual week that we celebrate is May 19th. Sorry, it's a little tall here. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about the National Public Works Week. It was instituted as a public education campaign by APWA in 1960. And National Public Works Week calls attention to the importance of public works and community life. Pretty much everything that you already said, so that's it.
Thank you. So she gets her picture. Don't care about you, Dale, but come on, Ellen.
Tyler, can you come over? Tyler, can you come over on this? Let me turn, it's kind of turn sideways. There you go. All right, 1, 2, 3.
All right, now we would like to ask Adeline Matthias, Ellis Smith, and Gracie Mann of Central Elementary School, who are in attendance. I assume it's you three. Yeah, I kind of figured by the ponytails. So if you want to come up as soon as you can stand there. It's a short one. So, and then you guys can, I'm going to ask you if you want to say anything. So you can sit there and also think about what you want to say. You got about 60 seconds. Okay? I mean, you have 60 seconds from now to figure out what you're going to say. Okay? All right. This is a proclamation designating May 23rd, 2019 as No Bullying Day in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas bullying is physical, verbal, sexual, or emotional harm or intimidation intentionally directed at a person or group of people. And whereas bullying occurs in neighborhoods, playgrounds, schools, and through technology such as the internet and cell phones. And whereas various researchers have concluded that bullying is the most common form of violence affecting millions of American children and adolescents annually. And whereas targets of bullying are more likely to acquire physical, emotional, and learning problems, and students who are repeatedly bullied often fear such activities as riding the bus, going to school, and attending community activities. And whereas No Bullying Day aims to have people choose kindness and recognize the positive and unique characteristics of each person rather than bullying someone for their differences. Now, therefore, I, Brian J. Bagley, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me, and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim Thursday, May 23rd, 2019 as No Bullying Day in Longmont, and invite all to put a stop to bullying, instead choose to be kind to one another today and every day. So come on up. Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to say, ladies?
Yes. Hi, my name's Ella Smith. My name is Gracie Mann.
Wait, get up there. The paper's going to want to hear all your names.
My name is Gracie Mann. And my name is Adelie Matthias. We have been here before to present our idea for an anti-bullying day in Longmont. We wanted this project placed on the 23rd to remind everyone to be the kind one and not the bully, and ask everyone to be nice over summer and when they start the new year.
A couple of years ago in 3rd grade, I got bullied by an older student. It made me sad and mad.
When we heard this problem from Gracie, it made us want to help the cause of bullying by making this exhibition project. From this project, we have seen that people in our school have changed, and there is less people in our school going to the principal's office.
Here is a tip about bullying. If someone is saying bad things about you, then just give them a compliment.
We would like to thank Central Elementary, our 5th grade teacher, Ms. Hybert, and the mayor and all of the city council members for accepting our proclamation.
Great. Picture time, girls. Come on around. All right, let's go ahead and are we going to do the report on the encryption pilot before our first call? Public invited to be heard? We're here. Right, it's on the agenda. Let's go ahead and do it. So let's have that report, and then we'll go to first call. Public invited to be heard.
Mayor, members of City Council, I'm Mike Butler. I'm the Public Safety Chief, and we are doing a report on the assessment that we did for encryption. That went from September 22nd, 2018 to March 21st of 2019. Jeff and I are going to be tag teaming this a little bit. Before I get started, though, I do want to say that this was a very unusual set of circumstances for us, and it's a very unique set of circumstances. And normally, when we make a shift or change like this, that has this kind of significance, we would definitely let our council know what we're doing and why we're doing it. And so I will take responsibility for not doing that on the front end as quickly as I could have and should have. I also want you to know that when we do a lot of things within public safety, we do invite many people from our community and the city council to join in. A number of the policies, procedures, operational strategies, processes, and systems have been developed by our community, including members of our council. So I just want you to know that's normally how we do business. And so I apologize that this one was carried off this way. So anyway, I think many of you know that the scanner technology has changed. It's no longer a case where someone has to plug in a box inside their home and they can listen to police and fire dispatch calls. Now there's apps that you can put on a device, an iPhone, and you can access the radio channel pretty quickly. And so it's been a topic of conversation within police especially, not as much in fire, for the last several years. And for those several years, I've said, no, we're not going to do it. And I didn't see the great reason why. But as you heard recently, we had a case that happened back in September where our officers were threatened and they were being set up and there was a potential for an ambush. And so we went ahead and did encrypt our primary channel. But we were also going to take a look and see, okay, how long was this going to last? And so we went through this assessment. I also want to give Councilperson Tim Waters at some level for holding our feet to the fire a little bit with this in terms of ensuring that we did it the right way. So, but we did have a number of incidents that came up over a short period of time. We weren't concerned about encryption when we had VHF channels, but when things turned digital, that's when things began to we began to become a little bit more vulnerable. But there were a number of situations that we encountered that I heard about that we were able to document, and you can see those on your PowerPoint slide there. But a robber with a .45 automatic warned his victim at a local business that if the police were called, he would hear it on the radio and come back and shoot the victim. We have dispatch calls for service, including domestic violence, sex assault, child molestation, other like calls that almost always include names of victims. In essence, lots of private information. We don't want that private information to go out on the radio. We just don't. We're going to talk a little bit about that later in our presentation. Cases involving domestic violence. I've heard repeatedly from our domestic violence detectives that stalkers have access to this app. They use this app, and they use this app to find out where the police are at and kind of gauge their stalking of their victim based on that. Several cases where people were considered highly dangerous to our community. I used police scanners to evade capture over and over and over and over again. I heard that. And I don't know if you had the opportunity to read through the officer's remarks at the end of that report, but that was often mentioned. There was another case in which multiple suspects we eventually arrested were using our radio channel to time their break-ins, to time car break-ins, to time their burglaries, auto thefts. They later admitted they knew where the police were and how long they had to victimize people before we got there. So there was one case that stands out for us. It's the Turner kidnapping. Basically, the kidnappers kidnapped a child, and they basically timed their kidnapping given what the police were doing at that time. We believe that encryption enhances the safety of citizens. There's no question for us that that does. We also believe it enhances the safety of our officers. There's no question about that for us either. We also believe that criminals they'll be less effective, they'll be less likely to commit crimes if, in fact, they don't have a scanner. And we also believe that our capacity to protect victim information, private information, goes way up. So I know you've received a copy of this before, but these are Colorado agencies with encryption. There are a number of others that are considering it as they move to digital from the analog, including the city of Boulder, city of Denver, and others. And so I think there's 41 up there at last count. So we want to go through a series of slides. Well, real quickly, the same thing again. We think that will enable us to detect and apprehend criminals, and privacy for victims will be protected. So I'm going to let Jeff go through a few of these slides and give you the actual data that we were able to collect. And we compared the March through September of 18 to 19 data with the same months from 17 to 18. Our work is seasonal, and if we wanted to compare, give that control group the same kind of opportunity, and so we looked at the same months for 17 to 18, and this is the data that we came up with. I'll have Jeff come up.
Hi, Mayor, Council. My name is Jeff Satter. So all the data that I'm going to show here, the data on the left side of the chart is from 17 to 18. The data on the right side of the chart is from 18 to 19. But as you can see in the UTLs, which is unable to locate, those are calls where we're dispatched to a call, we can't find a suspect in that case. Well, those actually went down, which meant we found more people when we were dispatched to those calls. Curfew tickets, and you think, why curfew tickets? Well, after midnight or after 11, depending on the day of the week, we know kids are out breaking into cars, and so those are one of the reasons we can contact them. We located more kids during that time period after hours, and we believe it's because they didn't know we were out looking for them, where we were at, things like that. Burglaries. Again, our burglary arrests went up during this time. So by not having, or by having encrypted channels, they weren't able to hear us get dispatched calls. We could get to the area, get set up on the house, catch more burglars. The same went for burglary arrests in progress. Larceny arrests, which are your thefts, those went up during the time we were encrypted. So any of those, several of the data that we looked at went up in our study, that we were able to make more arrests. We believe it's because they're not monitoring our traffic, they're not hearing where we're at, they're not aware of our locations. Community member privacy, I don't know if Mike wants to talk about this. We do load all our calls for service now on a website, with the exception of these calls right here. One that I'll point out are domestic violence investigations. During the study, we average about 1,000 domestic violence calls a year. And one of the things, we've been collecting data for 20 years on domestic violence, and one of the things that happens is more people are reporting domestic violence. And we think it's because they feel safer, the call's not being aired, that people are listening to. So you can call in your neighbor and say, hey, he's assaulting his wife or his spouse, and they can make that call anonymously, and we get the information and get to the call. But we do almost 1,000 calls of domestic violence a year. Death investigations, sex assaults, child abuses, suicides. These are all calls that we think are very private in nature. And if it happened at your home, you would not want your neighbors or somebody knowing or being aware of that. Restraining order, medicals. We had 1,749 of those calls last year that in that 6-month study, I'm sorry. So almost 3,400 over a year that did not go out over the airway. From an officer safety standpoint, one of the things that we do as a police department is look at information from around the United States. I put up some examples up here. We look at the officer killed summaries. This is Police Memorial Week, but we look at those things and try to learn lessons from them. Douglas County had a shooting last year where 5 law enforcement officers were shot. Columbine High School, Virginia Tech. We go through those things and we go to debriefs and we learn information. We take something back to our agency every time we go to those. And it's something we're constantly doing as a police department, as a profession, to keep our officers safe, keep our community safe. And we take these kind of calls very seriously, and we spend a lot of time making sure we get to modern debriefs and learn something from those debriefs, because there's always something to learn. We talk about ambushes. Our officers talk about ambushes. For officer safety, that was one of their big concerns, was being ambushed on a call. And unfortunately, ambushes do happen around the United States, and when they happen, officers are behind the 8 ball on those. Oftentimes they're being shot at before, and it's extremely difficult to survive those. And oftentimes officers are killed before they even know they're under assault. So anything we can do to protect that information, broadcasting to those locations that were arrival is helpful for officers and brings them some peace of mind in their safety. And that was repeated over and over in the comment section. Assaults on police officers, we did study that during this, and they actually went down during the pilot period. So we did sort of, our survey was 123 officers. I have the data in here. I don't need to probably go through this because we do have a lot of slides on the data. I pulled specific information from the officers in your presentation if you'd like to see some of those comments or talk later. But our officers were concerned about the safety. They were concerned about the citizens. They were concerned about privacy. And it was a repeated theme around having all our information publicly broadcast. So they were very supportive of encryption. Do you want me to go through all that data? I'll just go to the end. Just around transparency. One of the things that we do in our community is we give the Times Call, the Longmont Observer, every day. They get a report. In addition to this being publicly broadcast, they get every arrest, they get every call for service, they get every traffic accident, and we give that to them every day so they know exactly what's going on in our community if they need that information. And if you do want to see it, Raids Online or Community Map, it's available for the whole United States, but you can zoom in on Longmont as an example. It's sortable, so you can do date ranges. You can see every call for service with the exception of those privacy calls. You can see every call for service. It's updated every 4 hours, and it's available to the public. It's free, and it doesn't cost anything. And it's a really nice tool. It's searchable. You can set a perimeter around your house if you want to see what's going on. You can get alerts from it. It's a pretty nice little system through LexisNexis. We do have 175 volunteers that work for the police department. They have keys to our building. They participate in all sorts of things in the police department, to include helping with criminal investigations. We have volunteers that are arson investigators, and then we have volunteers that work with our fire department doing safety inspections at local and businesses. We also have a lot of residents that participate in our hiring process, promotion processes, our master police officer processes. We have community members on our IA or our review board that make decisions about sustaining or not sustaining charges in an internal affairs investigation. We have volunteer advocates that help our victims of crime. We have angel volunteers that help people get into treatment. And we have a ton of liaisons with different community members. Just a quick highlight. And these are all community groups, neighborhood groups. So last year, our staff walked 780 neighborhoods. That includes the 200 neighborhoods that Mike walked, but they get out into the neighborhoods, they're walking in the neighborhoods, talking with people in the neighborhoods. We track that. It's actually a call for service. We track that so we can tell if we're missing a neighborhood somewhere, but we map it, so we use that information. We collect names, so if we need help, and it's all about solving problems and getting to know our neighbors. And then our staff regularly participate in the Optimist Club, Shop with a Cop, Coffee with a Cop, Cinco de Mayo. fairs, fireworks shows. We're out this weekend at the Art Walk, and it was a great event if you happen to be down. But our officers participate just about in every event. Plus, many of them serve as mentors. This is a picture from the Police Explorer Conference where our kids, our young kids who want to be in law enforcement, have an opportunity to train and practice, and they won a couple of events. And in closing, you know, our philosophy, our policies, our practices over the last 2 decades have helped us be as open as we can be. We have a lot of community involvement in our police department, in all levels of our police department, from hiring to policies. And we've been practicing this for 2 years, or 2 decades, and it's worked well, it has served us well, and we have great community support. We have a great community to live in. So,
Thanks, Jeff. I think the point Jeff's trying to make with transparency is our motto and philosophy has been policing in partnership with the people. And we are accessible. We are open. There's a lot of personalization. We're not a faceless entity in some fortress that lives in the Safety and Justice Center. We're out in our community. While we kind of low-key the enforcement part of our job, we're very high profile in terms of our partnerships and relationships and connections in the community. As Jeff said, we have citizens walking around our building, in the secured areas all the time. We have citizens who attend staff meetings, citizens who stop into offices, my office, and offer ideas. And so the encryption is an aspect of this. But I want to say, given the openness and transparency and things that we've done over the last 20, 25 years, I think that we're not a faceless entity within this community. We're very transparent. We're very open with our community. And so I don't want to make any more about that. But 2 other things that I want to mention as well. Number one, the media has had access to our radio, our primary channel, for decades, and still do. They have both the Longmont Observer and the Times Call, both have radios, both can listen to our radio traffic 24/7. And the other thing that we haven't gone public with, but we know because we just began this, is that each of our officers now have body-worn cameras. And so everybody has a camera. We're also being videotaped. We get videotaped a lot. I tell our officers, just think of yourself, every time you're out there, you're being videotaped. The world is being videotaped. We're videotaping everyone. Everybody's videotaping us. And so somewhere, somehow, things that we do are being tracked on video. So anyway, we're convinced encryption works for us. It doesn't impact our it actually enhances our effectiveness. We don't think it impacts or negatively impacts our motto, our philosophy of policing in partnership with the people. The citizens are safer, the officers are safer. We have less crime in our community as a result of that. And as Jeff talked about, the privacy of people is much more protected. And the other thing I want to mention is if anyone wants a copy of a radio transcript, they can get it. All they have to do is ask. All we want to do is delay the time that people get to hear it. So every 4 hours, we do a download of all the calls for service that we do. And so every 4 hours during the day, people can go to that chart that Jeff mentioned and find out what's happening in our community and what's going on with that. So anyway, in our mind, encryption is in the here and now, but the access to that information anybody can have, except those kinds of calls like sex assaults, domestic violence, et cetera, et cetera. So that concludes our presentation, and open to questions.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Chief Butler, is it possible for you to return to the last slide that had your data, which I believe was about the number of calls for domestic issues that might have personal information on them? Yeah, that one. Thank you. My question is, and I'm going to ask this about both the types of data that you displayed, but this one is, is less obvious in its impact, because, some of these numbers went up, some of them went down. The differences are big in some cases and smaller in other cases. And so I wonder if you applied any tests of statistical significance to these data, and particularly whether you looked at prior years to see how the variance in these two intervals compared to the variance in other intervals.
We didn't go back beyond 17 and 18. We just took that 6-month period and compared it to the most recent 6-month period. But I do want to say the up or down data here is probably not the significant part. The significant part here is that these were the calls that were not aired over the radio. Whereas in 17 and 18, 587 domestic violences were transmitted over the radio. In 18 to 19, 508 were. So I just want that to be clear.
Okay, so this was reported not with the expectation that you were going to see a change.
No. This is a report about this is how many private calls, or how many calls that we think should be private were not aired.
Okay. And then the one slide previous to that one. Yeah, okay, 2 slides previous to that one. Here, it looks like pretty significant, and in the previous slides that are formatted like this, again, it looks like significant improvements here. So again, did you apply any tests of significant statistical significance to determine whether this is really as impressive as it looks?
Not beyond the 6-month time frames that we looked at. We said that on the front end that was our assessment was going to look at the 6-month period the year prior to that. But I will say this, Councilperson Martin, we're not surprised by these numbers, given the extent that we encountered people listening to the radio and trying to gauge in our arrival or where we were at. And so anyway, these numbers kind of go along with all the anecdotal circumstances that we've been able to talk about. But no, we only compared 6 months to 6 months.
Okay. And are these all that you've shown us, are these all the categories of arrests that you have made, or all the ones that apply, like parking tickets don't matter, of course? And
these are the ones that apply.
okay. All right, thank you.
There's a lot of crimes we go on that are cold, that happened 3 days ago or a week ago that we don't think would apply.
Yeah.
So,
All right, thanks.
you're welcome.
Dr. Waters.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. To both Jeff and Mike, I appreciate the work you did on the report. More importantly, I appreciate the work our law enforcement officers do every day. And for me, as the father of a son who was on the job for 8 years, not here, but in another city as a patrol officer, and then as a detective, having ridden with him maybe a dozen times, and he had one of those goofy shifts, from 4 to the afternoon to midnight, or midnight to 4 in the morning, that kind of stuff. I want to acknowledge he went places, as did everybody else on his shift, and everybody on every shift I know for our officers. They had to go places that none of us would go. They saw things that none of us would want to see. They had to do things that none of us would be willing to do, unless you're willing to make the commitment that our officers make. So I want to say, I think you've made a good case. I think the data, while it doesn't pass test of significance, there's a preponderance of evidence that that encryption contributes to officer safety and public privacy. So I'm supportive of everything you've done. The one question I have is less for you than it is probably maybe for you too, and for the council. And that is, and the concern I had way back when, is when are we making operational decisions and when are we making policy decisions? From my perspective, this seems like a policy decision. I thought it was then. I still think it's a policy decision. And having said that, I would be enthusiastically voting for a change in policy. But this report came to us not with a recommendation, there's no action requested. So my interpretation is that it's not viewed by management as a policy decision, but as an operational decision. And if that's the case, I'm willing to live with it, but I'm not willing to live with uncertainty about when you're making policy decisions versus operational decisions, and us discovering it or wondering about it after the fact. So if it's policy, then it seems to me that we either tonight or in a subsequent meeting vote to accept and approve the report and a recommendation, which I would do enthusiastically. But that then it's clear it's a policy decision. I can live with the alternative, but we're not finished with the conversation. That's my point. And achieving clarity is going to be critical, or we're going to be in a discussion, a testy discussion over time about the difference between policy and operations.
Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Well, the way I feel about this is it's your job to make sure that our police officers are safe and our community is safe, and therefore you should make any decision you deem necessary to keep us safe. So I am all in favor of what you did, and I'm glad you did it, and I think it clearly shows us that it's worked, so thank you.
And if I can respond very quickly to some of this. I want to, when we make changes, we don't want to make them in a vacuum. And that's what being transparent is about. Every now and then we run across a set of unique circumstances where the decision has to happen quickly. But oftentimes we plan these things out, we think them through, we invite the community. I've made several invitations to council to be involved in things. And so we want you to know that whether they're operational or policy, and there have been a lot of citizen involvement, there's been a lot of elected official involvement over the years around operations. And because it's something that we think our community should know what we're doing and why we're doing it. And so that's how we operate. This was the exception to that. Your question about policy and operations for overall is not something I'm going to address here, but I just want you to know that that's how we do business.
Thanks, Chief. I guess I just wanted nobody else is left in the queue, but just a good example. Actually, Dr. Waters? Okay, sure. I was just going to say that, like in my profession, I'm not allowed to practice law in municipal court because we could essentially, I could influence the judge's decision because we determine how much he gets paid, you know. However, with the police, I'm in court all the time in county and district court, and the police officers as witnesses take the stand, and that's not a conflict because I personally have no ties nor interest in telling the police department how to police, how to protect just officers, how to enforce traffic tickets, how to, anything. I view the police department as a black box of, Harold, you deal with your director, and good luck. Thank you for having breakfast with us once a quarter, whatever it is, and keeping us in the loop. But I kind of view it as your realm. Now, where I do agree is I do think that this is policy. If something happens at a city level, regardless of where it is, if it comes to our attention and we disagree, it's our job as council members to go to Harold and say, hey, Harold, what's going on? And we don't agree. Then it becomes policy when council decides that, by golly, this is something that's important to us and we need to discuss it. And Harold, the new direction is, policy is we don't do this. So I kind of think that the answer, my view is that, good luck, but then again, if something really doesn't, sound all that great, we're going to bring it up and talk about it. And I think that's what kind of happened here. And so, but I appreciate the data and appreciate your points and definitely want all our officers safe. So thank you. Okay, Dr. Waters.
So I was not going to stay on the policy question, but
That's all right. I figured you would.
Well, it feels to me, so if I'm in the minority of one, that this is a policy decision, I'll live with that, but I'm on record. I think it's a policy decision, one that I'll support, because I think it's the right thing to do. But the policy question is a bigger one than this project or than public safety. And what you just described sounds to me like policy by gotcha, right? When I don't like what somebody does, even if they think it's within policy or consistent with a prior decision, then it's a policy violation. That's a strange approach in my mind to differentiating policy from operations. Just saying. The comment I was going to make is that Jeff made the comment that tomorrow evening is the memorial service. This is Officer Memorial Week, and having attended last year, which was very moving, and having attended the service in Washington, D.C. one year, I assume that's an open invitation to the community?
It's an open invitation to the community.
And it's tomorrow evening.
Tomorrow evening
On
at
the
6 o'clock at the Safety and Justice Center. If anyone wants dinner at 5, they can show up for that too.
Well, I wasn't inviting them to dinner, but I think I'd like to join you in the invitation to the community to attend.
All right, thank you very much.
Welcome.
All right, let's go on to the consent agenda. If you could read it, and then we're going to pull. Oh, yeah. I guess we want to hear from the public. So let's back up now. Let's go to first call, public invited to be heard. And we're going to start with Bradford Zach. If you could please state your name and address for the record and take your 3 minutes or less, but
Yeah, thank
you got 3.
I'm Bradford Zach. I haven't been to this room or done this before. My address is 730 Tenacity Drive in the south part of Longmont. So I spend most of my time working overseas, and I came back and found on Pike Avenue or street around 60 trees that have been tagged, and was wondering why are these trees looking to be removed. And so I went to the website, and there's a lot of information about the project on Pike Street. And the point of removing all of these trees was not listed in the community hearings. And I went years ago to one of these hearings and was very impressed with the traffic department of Longmont and trying to get community input. So I did a little bit of research, and I went to the bike trail maps of Longmont and North Colorado and found different designations of types of biking paths and roads, and found that there are 5 to choose from, and only one was perhaps considered for this Pike Road. So I'm just going to read a note here. So the installation of a dedicated bike lane will cause 60 trees to be killed and destroyed. And it is a basic conflict of the ecology to kill 60 green trees for green bike transportation when there are alternatives to consider. So a healthy proportion of multi-use paths, particularly around scenic areas, currently exist in the map, rather than those dedicated on the side of the street. And so I suggest the same occurs between the Highway 107 and South Sunset, as this is on the very edge of town and connects to a pleasant and existing multi-use path, which is on page 3 of this report. I'll leave you. So new urbanism is a design context of the nationally known project Prospect Newtown, which DPZ was involved with years ago. New urbanism principles include livable cohabitation of transportation and residency. This includes connectivity issues, setbacks from busy thoroughfares, such as what occurs on 107 and Pike Road. A setback exists, but this road plan change on Pike is changing this completely. So I conclude, around Prospect, the Pike Road and 107 setback
I'm gonna have to
includes
cut you off. I'm
multi-use
sorry.
pavements. why
Not-
destroy the future of this nationally recognized project?
Thank you, sir. All right, Randy Hoffman.
Who do I leave this with?
Come on. Guys, I'll let, yeah, clapping for the police when it's not a controversial topic's one thing, but we don't allow outbursts in the chamber hall because some people here might really be opposed. Don't know, but go ahead.
Okay, Randy Hoffman at 1060 Katy Lane. I presented last week, and the nature of the audience I felt changed somewhat, so I wanted to present a little bit from the last time the end of my video from last time, which because the dedicated bike lanes along the Pike Road is one of the controversies right now because it expands out the road when we could direct it more into the easements there, and so that maybe we wouldn't have to cut down those trees. Let me play that video. That last little section. There are some alternative proposals that are consistent with multimodal transportation. Oops. Okay, well, it looks like it's not going to work. Okay, so what we're advocating is that instead of putting those bike trails on the side of the road, that we have the option of moving it inside between the trees so that it's safer for the bikers. We have the room to do that, and it would help eliminate maybe the need to remove those trees. And we thought maybe the bikers and everyone would be, we could make everybody happy by providing that off-road. The other thing I wanted to do is dispel some of what I think is misinformation about those trees. Now, we had an arborist speak at a meeting a while back, and for some reason, the opinion is that those trees are diseased and are going to die in a very short time. I called up our arborist. We have an arborist that works with us from Tatacan, and they go around with the HOA every year and examine every single tree in our community. And I called up that arborist today, and he was not aware that our trees were at stake. And I said, "What do you think of those trees?" Because the opinion is that those trees are unhealthy, and that there should be no problem to take those out. And he says, "I'm surprised. Those trees are all healthy. That doesn't mean they don't have some problems. Maybe they have codominant branches and codominant trunks that make them a little bit unstable when you get some snowstorms that maybe they break. But you know, I'll have to tell you that we've actually lost more trees along there due to cars running into our trees than we have from diseases. Those trees are actually very healthy.
All right, I'm going to have to cut you off, sir.
Oh,
but thank you.
has it been 3?
That's
Okay.
3. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Hank Grayson.
Good evening. My name's Hank Grayson. I live at 1033 Katy Lane. I'm very concerned about and strongly oppose the proposed removal of 58 trees on Pike. The traffic is not that bad on Pike to warrant such a radical move. It never slows down to bumper. It doesn't even drop below 30. The worst thing about the traffic on Pike is that when there isn't a lot of traffic, people speed, and it's hard to get on Pike from Kaufman. Now look, those trees have been there a generation. When your engineer goes on TV and says they're left over from a farm, that's just insult to injury. That's dissing us, okay? They were planted a generation ago with love and taken care of. Okay, you look across the street from us, it's Kansas. It's flat, there's nothing. And what you're doing is taking traffic that's going 70 miles an hour up 287, and you got a free left turn from CDOT, and you're just going to throw it on Pike with 2 lanes where people are going to race, and you're going to throw that off to us. What you should do, there should be an entrance to Longmont on 287. There should be a sign, welcome to Longmont. Slow down, go to 50, go to 40. By the time people get to Pike, they'll be at 30, and they can make a turn without taking down 58 of our trees that have been there a generation. Thank you.
All right, Roy Wallace.
I feel like part of the Katie Lane gang. My name is Roy Wallace. Thank you for having me here. I live at 1008 Katie Lane, and my property backs up to the grove of trees that are there on Pike. Those are the trees where the city wants to disrupt the grove by removing 58 healthy trees. If you go through there with those 58, you'll see there's 2 or 3 trees that are not more than 6 feet tall. That's because we take care of our trees and we replace our trees when they need to be replaced, despite what an arborist said, okay? I went to the meetings in February to find out what in the world is all of this about and what are these improvements that are being planned. As it turns out, it sounds like the improvements are for the overall city. They are for Weld County. They are for Erie. And they are for anybody else that wants to come in from the southeast and go west. It's not having a thing to do with our community. When I look and see what is being proposed, there are no improvements to the neighborhood. There are no improvements for the neighborhood. That's incredibly disappointing. In addition, I noticed they pointed out in those first 2 meetings 2 primary reasons for taking Pike, widening it all the way down to Sunset, and cutting down trees and everything else they want to do along the way. The number 1 reason was CDOT. CDOT wants to put in a second left-hand turn lane onto Pike. Pike only has 1 lane. So we have this consent agenda item B to get money from CDOT to put in a second second lane on Pike to capture the traffic that CDOT wants to throw on us. When you look at that, it makes incredibly little sense. And if it's not a waste of our money, it's a waste of CDOT's money, which, by the way, is part of our money, too. But I'm amazed that the city has so far with this project backed off and said, well, if CDOT needs it, we'll build it for them. They will come and all of that stuff. The city also pointed out in those presentations the transportation master plan that calls for this widening of Pike. The transportation master plan was dated in the 1980s, okay? I think we need to be a little bit more...
Thank you, sir. I'm going to have to cut you off.
I appreciate that.
But thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Kaya Belkill.
Howdy. My name is Kaya Belkis. I live at 2281 Water Song Circle. I am a tree hugger, but I'm here for, you are going to be looking over number 2019-29. I am the current chair of the the Board of bless you, the Board of Environmental Affairs, and we would like to request that the name change go to the Sustainability Advisory Board. I'm just here to request that and thank Polly for being our city council member. Bless you. I also met with you on Saturday, and you, Mayor, had a question that I kind of answered quickly, but I wanted to give you this letter as a addition to that, the question that you asked, and so I'll hand it over to the city manager.
Follow-up
Hand it to
homework.
you.
I like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just thank you, and appreciate you supporting our name change, because although in the past it was the Board of Environmental Affairs, which I think was apropos in the past, I think we're in a new time now where sustainability does capture what the work that we're not only doing as an advisory board, but also as your sustainability, Lisa and other staff are doing. So I think this name change would just be appropriate. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Kai.
Thanks.
All right, Sandra Salazar.
Good afternoon. Sandra Salazar, 821 Tenacity Drive. I'm completely nervous here, I'm sorry. And I apologize for my accent. So I'm here because I'm concerned about the expansion.
You don't need to apologize for your accent.
Strong accent. I'm here because I'm concerned about the expansion of Pike Road. I think it's completely crazy to take down 58 healthy trees. They're completely healthy. Today they are growing, they are beautiful. It's green right now everywhere. These trees save our neighborhood from the last flood we had. Their roots protect us from erosion, saving our houses. These trees increase our property values by having green zones. These trees act as a safety buffer for people that are using the bike paths, including myself. So for me, after 8 hours of riding, just taking this bike path and be safe in my neighbor is priceless. These trees are a little help to the global warming problem that we have, and I hope you know about it. And each tree can give oxygen to 3 people. 1 tree gives oxygen to 3 people. Did I mention that these trees are older than 30 years old? They are older. Not myself, I'm older, but come on. I'm sure you guys can come up with a better idea to expand Pike Road without having to cut down those 58 trees, healthy 58 trees. We are not a concrete jungle. We are the city of Longmont who care about nature. So thank you very much for hearing me, and have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Former council member Karen Banker. And by the way, I was in court, and we need to figure out a time to get together.
Karen Bedker, I'm at 1919 Andrew Alden Street. I'm here to ask you to remove item B from your consent agenda and perhaps have a discussion about it. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Tim Waters for meeting with us today. I'd like to thank the mayor for your email and asking to meet with some of us in Prospect. And also Councilwoman Polly Christensen and Councilwoman Martin for getting back to us, because there are a lot of us in Prospect and other neighborhoods close to us that are very concerned about this issue with the expansion of Pike. So there are 2 issues I would like to at least address tonight, and you've already heard some of them. And that is the 2 turn lanes on 287 to Pike. Supposedly this is being done as a safety issue. I believe that it's only going to move the problem from 287 onto Pike, because you're moving traffic faster on 287, and it's going to slow down considerably once it gets to the 1-lane Pike. I realize that you don't want to lose those CDOT dollars. And so something that Councilwoman Christensen had mentioned, and I think is an excellent idea, is to perhaps repurpose the dollars and try to slow down the traffic that is on 287 as it enters the city. A median would be excellent. A sign welcoming folks to Longmont would be wonderful. I've been wanting that actually for years. And I do believe by doing those kinds of things, you're going to see higher safety levels because people going from 70 miles per hour to 35 miles per hour as they enter the city. The second thing, the trees. Prospectors love our trees. We actually, as you probably know, used to be a tree farm. And as you know, the speaker before me was very eloquent. Trees enhance our environment. They provide safety from street traffic, soften street noise, and beautifies our streets and homes. We also have a prospect tree committee, which is taken very seriously in our neighborhood. And last year, I understand the HOA spent over $100,000 to make sure our trees stay healthy. And as was mentioned previously, we also have our own arborist. So for these reasons, I am asking you, please do not cut down our 58 trees. I think there are some other options. I'd actually like to suggest possibly putting together a very short-term committee comprised of some neighbors, city staff, and city council members to see if we can come up with some other alternative options and find a resolution to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Charles Bailey.
Mayor Bagley and members, my name is Charles Bailey. I live at 1809 Christie Court. Christie Court is the first street west of the 287 and Pike intersection. My home is also 3 homes from Pike, so I'm very close to this project. Obviously, it's impacting all folks in this part of the community, but those closest to Pike obviously are going to be impacted more. I would mention I also serve as president of the Prospect HOA Board. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board tonight, but I do want to maybe share a little bit different perspective. I think people in this part of the community would probably be happy if we didn't do anything on Pike. There was a lot of conversation at the different meetings we've had about Pike really serving as a way to get, as I think someone said earlier, from southeast part of the county to northwest Longmont. They don't want to drive on Ken Pratt, so they cut through Pike, and the traffic has increased increasingly over time. The main thing I think as we started this discussion, the concerns that we had besides the tree, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, was really the excess speed and safety along Pike. We're very pleased that the city staff listened to a lot of the concerns, and some of the changes in the plan were very positive and I think supported by residents of Prospect. The installation of a traffic signal at Kaufman and Pike is a major change in the plan. Those of us that live in Prospect and try to turn onto Pike, that's very dangerous. So the installation of a traffic signal is very important and appreciated. Also speed. I mean, the installation of a traffic, speed monitor, I think will help those areas in Longmont where we have those. I think people do slow down. So we appreciate those changes in the project. As far as trees, I think the bicycle lanes, trees, and noise mitigation kind of all work together. In some of the conversations we've had with city staff, we have suggested if we don't need the bike lanes, potentially we don't take out as many trees. I think that's a question that needs more exploration. I know when we talked to Alden Jenkins and Dale about the project, we posed the question, if you didn't have bike lanes, would you have to take the trees out or not? Or is there going to be, some expansion in order to put in curbs, et cetera, that we may still lose some trees? But I think the clear message you're getting from everybody in Prospect in that area is we treasure our trees, and we certainly want to preserve those to the extent possible. It also obviously addresses the noise from Pike. So thanks for the chance.
Thank you. Ooh. I know I'm going to slaughter it. If you live at 1074 Katy Lane, could you come forward? 1074. Okay, I'm going to give Michael Reiner. Okay, all right. Nadine Lester.
Hello. Elected representatives of the people of Longmont, good evening. My name is Nadine Lester. I live at 1517 Mayfield Lane, Longmont, 80501. I have been a resident of Longmont since 1979. I'm here to talk to you about Pike Road expansion plans. My neighborhood is Southmore Park. I can see and hear Pike Road from my backyard. I use Pike Road every day, and I use it exactly as it was intended to be used when Southmore Park, Prospect, Creekside, and other residential neighborhoods were laid out. I use it as a neighborhood roadway. Do you drive on Pike Road? Maybe sometimes you want to go south from the west side of town, so you take Pike as a shortcut to avoid dealing with congestion when you drive through town on Ken Pratt. I'm sure many people who drive from the west side of Longmont do that to get to 287. Or maybe you're traveling north on 287 and you want to get to the west side of town. Do you take Pike Road to cut west from 287? Because there's no direct 287 to diagonal route south of Longmont, Pike really is the best option available right now. In other words, many drivers are forced to use Pike Road as a shortcut between 287 and the diagonal. But that's not how the road was intended to be used, and no amount of widening, whether funded by CDOT or not, is going to change the problems with Pike Road's placement in this town. So I ask you, what is the point of expanding the capacity of Pike Road when its intersection with the diagonal doesn't change? Councilmember Martin has told me that many of her constituents and my neighbors in Ward 2 are clamoring for an east-west route on the south end of town. No argument from me that one is needed, but the truth is Pike Road is not the answer. What's needed is a long-term solution, a bypass south of town between the diagonal and 287. Anything less is going to make matters worse, because without a bypass, there's no place for more traffic to flow. Proposals about stoplights and bike lanes are distractors from this real issue of impending gridlock at Pike and Hover as more drivers try to get between 287 and the diagonal. Don't turn Pike Road into a high-speed exit ramp for drivers going east or west between 287 and the diagonal. Please use the information provided by my neighbor Randy Hoffman, including the surveys, videos, and references he offered at a recent council meeting to inform your decision-making. Instead of ignoring the voices of Longmont residents, take a look at better ideas for Pike Road. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Lester. Terry Musser.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Terry Musser. I live at 1809 South Kaufman Street, which is exactly 3 houses in from Pike Road. I've been there 20 years, and I'm very familiar with the history of the road. I was here last week talking about the Main Street Corridor Plan, and I also sent some comments in by the website this morning. I hope you all had a chance to read them. I know I received some feedback. Thank you. So I'm going to be really brief. I have notes, although I'm terrible at following notes, but I have 4 questions. So, 1, and some of this is duplicate, but 1, I'd like to respectfully ask if you could initiate a partnership with CDOT to really take a look at slowing traffic speeds through physical design changes when entering and exiting the city on 287. Through physical design changes is the key. I work as a transportation planner, and a welcome sign or speed limit signs aren't going to do anything. We heard from the police earlier about safety issues. Safety's not just crime, safety's traffic statistics. And the kinds of speeds that are coming into our community are just not reasonable, safe, and prudent for urban conditions. Number 2, will you please ask city engineering staff and CDOT to reassess the need for the dual left turn lane onto Pike Road and subsequent additional lanes proposed for Pike? This has been brought up, but what we haven't gotten an answer for is what are the traffic volume counts? What are the turning counts? Do we really need 2 lanes? And what's so critical, everybody's kind of anti-bike lanes. I'm a bike planner, I'm a cyclist. I mean, there are a lot of cyclists that want to ride in the roadway. The bikes versus the trees, that's not the issue here. We're adding a full second lane from Main to Kaufman to accommodate that turn lane. That if we re-examine this issue, we could possibly save the trees, and we could also save lives because we're slowing down speeds. 3, will you please request justification on why the speed on Pike Road is to be 40 miles an hour instead of 35 miles per hour like every other arterial in the city of Longmont? They were proposing 45, and I want to say thank you that we're looking at 40. I also need to say thank you for that traffic signal at Kaufman and Pike. That's huge. But every other way to get from Maine to Hover is 35. Kim Pratt has 5 signals and a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. Pike Road only has 1 right now at Sunset. We'll get another one at Kaufman, so that's only 2. And we've got a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. We all know what's going to happen. There's going to be more vehicles, but they don't have to move so fast. And my 4th question is, would you please consider improving Pike to be and look and feel like a city street and not a high-speed roadway? I do a lot of street design, and the way we treat the intersections is huge. Dual turn lanes, free flow right turn lanes, large turning radius, having all the signals synchronized to move cars as quickly as possible. That's all part of design. And I know, oh, I wanted to talk about faster funds, but don't lose the faster funds, just reapply.
Thank you, thank you. All right, Michael Belmont.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Happy summer. Pretty hot out there. Well, just from tonight alone, if one just showed up tonight to learn something about this issue, this project, it would be very obvious that this is a substantial impact on the surrounding neighborhoods, of course, which would include Prospect, where I reside at 841 Tenacity Drive, Creekside, and Southmore Park. And accordingly, I would second Ms. Banker's motion that you consider taking this off the consent agenda tonight and form an exploratory committee that will honor and include the affected folks here, of course, including the city staff, appropriate city staff, council members, and community members, AKA stakeholders. Before you do a final vote on this and commit yourselves to something that has not really yet been appropriately vetted by all the parties. I know there have been some public hearings and so on, but a true exploratory process. Some of the things we've heard tonight are significant and specific enough that we're not able to be vetted in just public venues. So please consider taking it off the agenda tonight, forming a short-term, obviously, committee so as not to postpone this, kick the can down the road too far, but you know, it's a vote that's going to make a significant impact on significant number of people. Thank you so much for considering that, and happy summer to you.
All right, let's skip orders here. Chuck Gravel.
Name's Chuck Gravel. I'm at 2040 Summit View Drive, and I'm here, as many, to discuss the Pike Road expansion. As you've heard from everyone else, I think this is a bad idea to rush into. The true solution really is a southern bypass or widening Highway 52. That's what why CDOT is offering a little bit of money so that you don't have to pay money for the true problem, which is getting the Weld County people in and out of Boulder. So, one thing to think about, when you're driving and you've got those GPS instructions, if you have a route that's 4 minutes quicker, guess what? It's going to tell you, go that way. So as soon as you spend all this money here in Longmont, everyone's gonna just be rerouted through. And what's happening is Boulder County does not wanna pay for any other roads. We already know that. So because Boulder County doesn't want to pay and everyone's living in Weld County, City of Longmont is going to have to keep clearing snow, doing all that stuff on our roads so they can shove traffic through. As soon as this road, it's 4 minutes faster with a turn lane, it's going to be double the volume until it's slow again. That's what's going to happen. You know this from your GPSs. This is an endless cycle, and this is a very expensive project for Longmont. It's going to be multiple traffic lights. It's going to be endless cycles with this. So I'm asking you to either vote no, ask CDOT for more money, on a motion to amend the project for the bike lanes and the trees, as mentioned, or just consider tabling this for another time. And we don't want to necessarily lose money, but let's face it, they're going to offer this money year after year because this is a lot cheaper than widening Highway 52, and they're really not giving us nearly enough for all the traffic lights that are going to be there. So I'd like to thank you I'd like to make sure you need to consider as city council members that you're voting for the residents of Longmont, not for commuters. You represent us. We're your tax base, we're your voters. So I'd like to thank you from the residents of Prospect, Southmore Park, Creekside, Farm at Creekside, Watersong, Rainbow Ridge Estates, all the school children that have to go back and forth across there, and all the residents of South Longmont. Thank you very much.
All right, Peggy Leach.
Mayor Bagley and fellow council members. My name is Peggy Leach, President of the League of Women Voters of Boulder County, and I am here this evening to represent the Longmont Living Wage Coalition, which currently includes 8 organizations and approximately 50 individuals. Our main concern has been that some workers paid through the city's contractors may not be receiving a living wage. Over a period of months, we've been meeting with city council members and staff to discuss the issue, and we would like to thank everyone involved for their interest. According to the agenda for this evening, the city manager is looking for direction from council during the 2020 budget process, which has now started. We urge council to recommend that a labor practices clause be inserted into contracts with local companies for ongoing work, and that the resulting cost of this policy be included in the 2020 budget. As a point of clarification, we are not including contracts with nonprofits, human service organizations, or city grant recipients. The labor practices clause could be included in RFPs or in contracts, and wording could be similar to the following. The City of Longmont has adopted a living wage minimum of $17.42 per hour with increases based upon an identified inflation adjuster. Your submittal will be evaluated for providing a living wage, completeness of staffing structure, and efficiency. We believe that a survey of the city's contractors has been largely completed, and we hope the cost effects are now known or will be known soon. We feel it is time to move to the next step and to include the effects in the 2020 budget. The living wage is based on the self-sufficiency standard for Boulder County, and it has increased approximately 11% over the past 3 years, largely due to increased housing costs. A living wage for Longmont's contract workers can help to accomplish the city's vision of the world's greatest village, where everyone has access to food and shelter, and everyone has the opportunity to thrive and feel they belong. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Strider Benston. Calling him last because it says liberty. So, great topic.
Good for liberty. Strider Benston, 951 West 17th.
Strider, can you get that microphone up?
Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, the trees, oh my gosh. 2 of my highest lifetime skills are bike riding and climbing trees. I don't climb as many trees as I used to, but at 75, I still bike 5,000 miles a year. And I believe in trees because they give us the oxygen that we breathe. And I noticed that the city has done nothing to rectify the killing of the 4 trees on 9th and Terry about 4 or 5 years ago. Gratuitous murder of 4 great trees. Why hasn't the city done anything? The federal government executive is absolutely abolishing the rule of law in this country. But they have an answer for the climate catastrophe. Bomb, bomb, bomb Iran. Let's start a major war and then we can kill off the planet and we don't have to worry about destroying the oxygen on the planet. They're already planning to send 120,000 troops for their preemptive preparation for war. Sounds like the Gulf of Tonkin, which I remember in 1964, or the weapons of mass destruction. Who was a key person propagating that? John Bolton, who is now preparing the war to start a major world war against Iran. So let's look on creating our society worthwhile. Gordon Pedro today had a letter in the paper about the library district, and very prescient concept. All right, maybe a TV, maybe a newspaper, but what does that mean? Is it going to be a government thing, that government propaganda and the statification of everything? Well, we have the city line in our electric bills. Maybe it could be confined and be good for people, but we need to have a competent community dialogue about that, about what does it mean? Freedom of the press, more press, is it controlled by the government or is it independent, given within a little target? So a full community discussion enhances the democratization of our society. Even though it's being destroyed right now on a national level, we right here from this discussion have a vibrant community dialogue, democratically entertained, and maybe we can make it more viable and build it up, because it's really scary what they're doing top down. Thank you.
Thank you, Strader. And then the rule is if you didn't sign up beforehand, you got to speak at the end, but I don't know when Gretchen Schmid signed up. So I don't know when it was, but Gretchen, why don't you come up and take your 3 minutes?
Thank you. Yeah, we just rushed over here after a baseball game, and my 3 children voted to hold dinner off so we didn't miss this. So dinner and bedtime is probably a
Then
part
just
of that
wait till
too.
the end. I'm hungry too. You can wait.
So, you know, I'm a mom of 4 children. We live in Southmore Park as well on Kane Drive. And I just have to bow to our neighbor on Mayfield. Nadine Lester had that so well laid out. And recognizing that, you know, thank you to the city council for paying attention, you know, to traffic. We've only lived here 7 years, but in that time, we have definitely noticed just a lot more traffic and harder getting around town. But we already have 287 on one side, Ken Pratt on another side. Please don't make another highway on the other side of our neighborhood. I've actually thought of just some of the other neighborhoods that are in some of our surrounding towns like Westminster, Broomfield, up in Loveland. There are many similar roads that are veins through big neighborhoods like we are that are using turnabouts to actually slow down traffic. And I'm wondering, you know, more measures to slow down the traffic on that road and encourage people to hopefully use that other road that she talked about that could be put in more south of the neighborhood to create that bypass that is much needed. I don't really want to vote between trees or bike lanes either. I run along Pike with friends, and it's already kind of scary to try to go across that road, along the road with your dog, you know, send my kids over to the park, whatever the case may be. But thank you for listening to all this. And I think that it was just so well laid out, like what is needed, but it's not to make a major road through our neighborhood. Like, I understand people that have lived here a long time, Hover was never meant to be a large road like that, and there's all those houses along Hover, and now, you know, it's like one of our major highways through town. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and pull item B. Let's go on to the consent agenda. Let's pull item B for a staff presentation. But let's go ahead and read the consent agenda and then deal with those issues that we're not going to be discussing. And then we'll take a short break.
Mayor, item 8A is ordinance 2019-29, a bill for an ordinance amending chapter 2.96 of the Longmont Municipal Code to rename the Board of Environmental Affairs the Sustainability Advisory Board. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for May 28, 2019. 8B is resolution 2019-48, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Colorado Department of Transportation for grant funding for Pike Road improvements. 8C is resolution 2019-49, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Colorado Department of Local Affairs for grant funding for the Peace Officer Mental Health Grant Program. 8D is resolution 2019-50, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Larimer County Sheriff's Office for an interagency agreement regarding the authorization of peace officers to enforce laws and arrests throughout Larimer County. 8E is resolution 2019-51, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Forces program for the use of the state and local overtime and authorized expense strategic initiative program. 8F is resolution 2019-52, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the University of Colorado for professional services for a Union Reservoir hydraulic fracturing water quality monitoring study. And 8G is accept the City of Longmont's 2019-2020 water supply and drought management plan and approve remaining at a sustainable water conservation level.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
I move the consent agenda with the exception of B, which we're going to pull.
I'll second that. All right, let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. There are no ordinances to be read on second reading. So let's go ahead and take a short break before we tackle item B. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and find our way back. All right, let's go on to item 9B, which was pulled from the consent agenda. And I assume staff's going to give us a presentation on what they want to do on Pike Road and help us understand why. No pressure.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley, City Council members. My name is Jim Angstadt. I'm the Director of Engineering Services for the City of Longmont. This evening are going to provide you some information on the Pike Road Improvement Project in conjunction with item 9B, which is an IGA with CDOT for improvements along Pike Road. With me also is Alden Jenkins, who will we're going to tag team on this. I also have Tyler Stamey in the office, or in the audience somewhere. I want him to stand up because he's wearing a suit. And it's so rare that I see that. We also have Phil Greenwald, and then probably batting cleanup will be Dale if we don't do a good enough job. So to open up the meeting, I'm going to ask Alden to step up to start with a few slides, and then I'll take it over.
All right, good evening, Mayor Bagley and council members. My name is Alden Jenkins. I'm the civil engineer that is tasked with managing the oversight and design and construction of the Pike Road Improvements Project. I will provide a brief overview of the project this evening, as well as the proposed initial improvements that went along with the project. So to move on, Pike Road is an arterial connection in the south part of town. It is identified as an arterial in the current City of Longmont comprehensive plan. It has been shown as a arterial, at least an arterial classification for around 40 years from the previous comprehensive plans that we were able to, that we have on record. The connection that Pike Road makes is from South Main Street to South Hover Street. And for the purpose of this project, we're going to be talking about improvements from South Main Street to South Sunset Street. There are three primary goals that we established for this project, and the first is to address the aging pavement infrastructure of the roadway. On a scale of 0 to 100, with 100 being a roadway in perfect condition, Pike Road's most current rating is a 46. So being an arterial classified roadway, it's an appropriate time to apply a rehabilitation effort on the roadway itself. For perspective, the entire citywide system of roadways within Longmont averages around a 70 to a 72. In addition, we established goals of enhancing support for multimodal transportation and also to improve the safety and to all modes of transportation that use the corridor. So in alignment with these goals, we have the following initially proposed improvements that we included with the project. As I had mentioned before, there's asphalt rehabilitation included. We also have on-street buffered bike lanes that we propose to include where there are no current bike lanes on Pike Road from South Main Street to South Sunset Street. Additionally, there are portions of sidewalk on the north side of Pike Road that are missing, and so we wanted to fill in those gaps where possible with this project. Next, there are no left turn lanes currently at South Kaufman Street, so this project proposes to install dedicated left turn lanes for both eastbound and westbound Pike Road at South Kaufman Street. And lastly, we propose the various installation of various medians, raised medians, to assist pedestrians with crossing Pike Road as well as adjacent cross streets such as South Pratt Parkway. And so with that, I will actually pass it back to Jim, and he will talk about coordination with CDOT as well as community involvement.
Thank you, Alden. So why do we need an IGA? Very early in the design process, we were approached by CDOT. They were interested in doing a series of safety projects on Main Street 287. And they had seen a number of accidents at that intersection of Pike Road and 287. And we're looking to make some adjustments. So what the history of that intersection, I want to speak just a real quick about the accidents that we have seen there. Over a 5-year period from 2014 to 2019, there have been 83 accidents at that intersection. About 2 years after 2014, we made some adjustments. In 2014, it was, in our crash report, the 6th highest intersection of its, or 6th highest in terms of accidents of intersections of that type, which is arterial and arterial that are signalized. We made some adjustments to the signal to make it protected versus permissive. Prior to that, permissive signal is pretty much anytime it's green, you get that flashing green arrow, people will go. We changed that during peak hours to be protected, where you could only turn left on a green ball, green arrow, excuse me. That reduced the accidents. It is now ranked 12th in our crash report. So we have done improvements to it. Unfortunately, those improvements extend the left turn queue till it actually encroaches into the through lane. So CDOT wanted us to make some adjustments. They're proposing a second left turn lane onto the on northbound, northbound South Main to Pike Road. That will require a second westbound merge lane that will end shortly east of South Kaufman. They propose that to be funded by CDOT and with Longmont undertaking the work. Total cost of the funding is $685,000. One of the, I guess, factors in adding a second left is we will also adjust the signal timing. In a kind of a simplified version of that is that there is 30 seconds of green time with a single left now, may push 15 cars through. We'll reduce that signal time with a double left to maybe 15 seconds to push through the same number of cars. So we're not going to add more cars in that time frame. It's going to be the same number of vehicles moving through the intersection. So during the course of the project, we undertook some community engagement. We had 2 public meetings on the 13th and 20th of February. Most of the concerns we heard quite a few. It was very well attended. High traffic volumes and vehicle speeding. Difficult to turn left onto Pike Road from South Kaufman Street or Christie Court. Difficult for pedestrians to cross Pike Road. And then also the loss of trees in the right-of-way due to the project. So this is a graphic of what we're proposing. Doesn't show the traffic signal that came through, and I'll get to that in a second, but it also shows the trees that we're proposing to be removed in this section between Christie and just west of Kaufman. And that shows what will be remaining.
Hold on, go back. Sorry.
How do I go back?
I don't have a question. I just want you to repeat that again. You're saying that the red is...
The red are the trees that are being proposed to be removed in this section of the roadway, and the green is what will remain.
Okay, sorry. Keep going.
So after a second public meeting, how did we respond? What did we come back with? So we reanalyzed the traffic signal proposal for Coffin Street, undertook another warrant analysis with newer counts, and found that it just barely met one of the traffic signal warrants. For traffic signals, you need to meet any one of 9 warrants. It met the one for a 4-hour count. We're proposing to add radar display signs for both directions of Pike Road to advertise the 40-mile-per-hour speed limit. It was never our intention to raise the speed limit. It has always been 40, and it will remain after the project at 40 miles per hour. We're reducing the travel lane widths to promote vehicle adherence to the posted speed limits. One of the concerns from the neighbors to the north was that the sidewalk we were proposing on the north side of Pike Road was too close to their homes. We're shifting that to the south to provide that a larger buffer area between the sidewalk and the properties. And then modifying the raised median at Christie Court to make turning west onto Pike Road easier. Real quick, project cost and schedule. Current cost estimate for construction is $2.9 million. That includes the $685,000 for the grant, as well as the additional costs for the traffic signal. Schedule, we're still working on design. The addition of the traffic signal has pushed our schedule out a little bit, so we're working on that. This will require a CIP amendment, will be needed prior to construction, and we're anticipating bidding in this summer, midsummer, with construction to start in late summer 2019. One of the issues with the trees, while we would be proposing the removal of 58 in the Prospect neighborhood, we would also be looking at that after the project's over. We would be mitigating those trees. 5 of them can be relocated and repurposed, but then we would be mitigating, and we're looking at a number of around 80 trees of a smaller caliber. Some could be planted along the corridor. Other would be other areas in the city. And with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Yeah, I can speak up. Just as a point of procedure, is it better to make comments and questions now? I have a number of comments as opposed to questions, and I was planning to make those comments when I move to approve this item.
Why don't we go ahead and ask questions now?
Okay.
And then if someone makes a motion, then we can debate it and make comments. But let's ask questions based on the, do we have questions on the actual presentation first?
Okay. I do have a question. One of the things that I have heard in discussion about the trees that I didn't hear in this presentation was that their proximity to the pavement was a risk to the pavement as these trees get older and larger, that they're going to be tending to break up the pavement, that they're, as we know already, a danger to be hit by cars, that cars who slide off the road can't recover because they've hit a tree. Can you comment a little bit more about the secondary hazards of full-size trees in the right-of-way?
Certainly. Yeah, I probably could have covered that in that presentation. The trees currently are planted within what is called the clear zone. For a road of 40 miles per hour, what's called the Highway Green Book, AASHTO Green Book, recommends them to be a certain distance away. They are within that clear zone. So it is a concern of staff, the proximity of those trees. I don't know that I could put credence to root systems breaking up the asphalt. That may be over a longer period of time, but it's not anything we witnessed out there when we had been on the site. But I think of greater concern is the proximity to the roadway.
Thank you. And follow-on question about that. We did have some difficulty finding the plat that was associated with the annexation of Prospect, that area neighborhood, and the landscaping proposals. Was that row of trees in that? Because I saw three. I thought I saw three rows of trees there, and the red circle trees are actually a fourth row of trees. So can you clarify that, or I don't know whether Joni's in here. Yes, she is. What did you see? I just got a glance at that graphic this afternoon.
Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Martin. So this afternoon, we looked at what was the first filing development plan for Wallace Addition, and that was from Kaufman, headed eastbound on Pike to Rainbow Ridge Estates. There was not a landscape section from Kaufman to Pike, and that showed 2 rows of trees and then a row of shrubs.
All right, great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, if we decided not to, or to delay this, would we lose the $600,000 grant? Is there a time limit on that?
The $685,000 grant that is going to be used, at least currently proposed with the city portion of the work for the westbound travel lane from Main Street to Kaufman Street, would otherwise be funding that CDOT would use to build that lane should they decide to move forwards with the additional left turn lane on Main Street. So it is project cost that CDOT would have to use for the entirety of the project, and so it's just a component of that total project cost that we are proposing to bring into our project, since we are already working within the area with the Pike Road Improvements Project. So I don't know if I'm fully answering your question. So
Okay.
So-
Are you saying that we're going to have a 2-lane road there, whether 2-lane turn, whether we like it or not? CDOT is going to put it in whether we want it or not?
Our understanding is that if the IGA is not approved, CDOT will still move forward with the project. And I guess it's important to note that the portion of Pike Road where they're proposing to do the widening is CDOT right-of-way. Property owned by CDOT is not city-owned right-of-way.
Right,
it's
because
a
it's
really
the state
strange.
highway.
It's a really strange configuration. They own a portion of the right-of-way on Pike Road.
Yeah, that's interesting. So have we, what is the speed limit at Pike Road on Main Street, South Main? Is it still 65? When does it step down?
I'm going to ask Tyler to step up. He's got a better handle
Okay.
on the speed limits.
Because the other entrances to the city, the speed limit is stepped down gradually, and it seems to me that we do not do that very well. We should be, the southern part of the city is Plateau Road, isn't that correct? Okay, so do we step it down immediately when you hit the city limit is to 50 and then to 40?
Mayor Bagley, Mayor Pro Tem Christensen. So the speed limit is south of town is 65 coming in on 287. It does start stepping down. I'm not sure the exact extent of where this first sign is, but it goes 65, 55, and then 45 is, I believe, just north of Pike Road.
So it's 45 at Pike Road?
Just south is what I'm hearing.
See, this to me is part of the problem, is that we could do some mitigation so that it wasn't so dangerous in the first place. Okay, so have we considered that?
So requests for speed studies would go through CDOT. They are pretty strict on their 85th percentile speed limit setting policy. We can ask them to do that.
But shouldn't it be consistent with what we do on the other entrances? I know when you come in from the diagonal, it goes from 65 to 55 to 40, 45? Okay, well, so CDOT is proposing to have a double left turn. When you exit Pike Road, there are 4 lanes. 3 of them are headed east, and 1 of them is headed west. Wouldn't it make sense to just make it be the same 4 lanes, but have 2 of them going left and 2 of them going right? I mean, if you're going to, then you wouldn't need to widen the road at all. If you're coming in, even if they force us to have the 2 left-hand turns, then you would come into 2 lanes. Why do we have 3 lanes headed east and only 1 coming in? Because that's why you're wanting to take down the trees, to get an extra lane in there.
So I believe the configuration in eastbound Pike Road at Main Street is 1 receiving lane, a left turn, a through, and a right. So there are 3 lanes, basically, at Pike Road. So we would have to possibly make a through right and
There are
the
4.
left. Right, 4. 1's the receiving lane.
Yes.
So we would have to revise the configuration of the intersection,
Right.
which would impact the efficiency of the intersection in some way. What that would be, we haven't modeled it to look at that.
But if the point is to slow, if the concerns are traffic on Pike Road, why are we encouraging people to get more traffic on Pike Road and then trying to figure out a way to slow it down? We're trying to get more traffic off of Main Street onto Pike Road faster with 2 left turns lanes, and then we're trying to figure out ways to slow it down. I don't really understand the logic of that.
So sorry, just verifying location of the signs. The 45 is posted south of Pike Road. So as you're heading north, it steps down 55 near Plateau. 45 is south of Pike as you're headed northbound.
So they shouldn't be going more than 45 by the time they get to Pike Road?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, Councilman,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Never mind.
All right, Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. 2 things. First of all, when we have the paved on-street bike lanes, if we moved that, we would still have to take down some trees to move that bike lane to the other side, wouldn't we? To get it off-road instead of on-road? Yes? No?
Having walked it today, there will be some trees that would have to be removed. It
So-
is not a clear corridor through all of the trees.
Right.
I think as you get closer to or east of Christie, there's a number of larger pines that are there that are in the way.
So they would have to come down? if we
They
moved
would
the bike lane.
they would have to come down. There are a number of challenges with that proposal. How would you be crossing the several roads, Christie and Kaufman? You would be forced to intermingle with the existing sidewalk, because the sidewalk does come back out to the road at that point, as well as the construction of it. Would add additional costs to the project. There would also be maintenance costs. And if you're going to be digging down 12 to 18 inches to build a concrete trail, how is that going to impact the existing root system of those trees?
Okay. So on our council communication, we can approve this with, let me find the exact reading. Approve the attached resolution with changes. So when we go down to the proposed improvements, one of them is addition of paved on-street bike lanes along the entire length of Pike Road. Would it be possible, and how would this affect the funding if we removed that particular condition and passed the resolution without that on-street bike lane added? Would that hurt our funding? Would it do anything?
Sorry, Councilmember Peck, it would have no bearing on the state funding that would be provided to us from CDOT. The bike lanes are not included in what is reimbursable by the state.
Okay.
In terms of impacts to schedule with construction, it certainly would impact that to some extent, having to redesign to account for that. As well as for any sort of future addition of the bike lanes, there would be some additional throwaway cost due to by putting in the edge of the roadway with a concrete curb and gutter. Should they be added in the future, that would have to be removed, so you'd have some waste by doing that.
Okay. What is the timeline for construction, and are we held to that timeline?
So we are hoping to go to bid midsummer with construction starting in late summer. The timeline in terms of the CDOT funding, I would have to check on that. I know it is available after the first of the fiscal year for CDOT, which starts on July 1st. Beyond that, I'm not sure what sort of timeline or expiration date there is on that. I would have to explore that a little bit farther. But in terms of construction costs, and the longer we wait to rehabilitate the roadway, if there are delays, the more expensive it is going to get because the pavement will continue to deteriorate and there will be more reconstruction, so to speak, that needs to take place versus taking care of it now.
Okay, so if we did a study if we removed that and did a study on the bike path, could we do that at another project time, or at least get the cost of doing that before the July timeline? Has anybody looked at what that would cost?
No, we have not looked at and priced that, but we can certainly get you that information.
So if we pass this without that on it, would you be able to get us that information?
I think we can, yes.
Okay. My other question is, even if we did move this bike path, we would still have to remove some of those trees for the turn lanes that CDOT wants. Is that correct?
Councilmember Peck, yes, that is a true statement. Within the vicinity of Main Street, with that additional westbound receiving lane, due to complexities with extensive utilities on the north side of the road, including a very large underground vault that supports a 24-inch water line.
Right, I remember that.
Widening to the south is, at least initially, the more practical approach for that. So yes, there would be trees within that vicinity that would be impacted. I do want to just, to elaborate on that, make note that by detaching the eastbound bike lane and potentially running it through the trees, if we still maintain the westbound bike lane, as well as the additional dedicated left turn lanes at South Kaufman Street, the proposed edge of pavement of the travel lane would in some cases be 3 feet up to 7 feet closer to the existing trees. So you'd be moving traffic closer to the trees by maintaining the trees, leaving them there, even if you did eliminate that eastbound bike lane.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. So this is going to become a random set of questions, but I'd like to start with asking if there are any historical records, recollections, reinterpretations that the staff would like to offer, given all that we've heard and what we've received in terms of email correspondence, which you haven't seen all of, I understand. But as I've listened tonight and earlier today, and I haven't been paying as much attention to this particular improvement project as I should have, because I've been more focused on County Line Road 1 and Shadow Grass and Spring Gulch Project number 2. But just could we establish some agreement, or at least staff recollection of master plans, time frames? There's a lot that's been said that's contradictory to other things that I've heard. So it would be helpful to me, just to clarify, at least from the staff perspective, you're working with a context. What is the context in terms of history, plans, and direction that somebody gave at some point in time?
You want to take it? Sure.
Phil, would you answer that
Good
question,
evening.
please?
Mayor and Councilmember Waters, Phil Greenwald, Transportation Planning Manager with the city. We have been working on this. We actually found a plan from 1969, so actually 50 years old this year, that establishes that as a freeway. The State Highway 119 freeway was supposed to use Pike Road and then go up North 119th Street and work its way out of town that way. So it was supposed to be the bypass. So this has been called an arterial of some type. Actually, we brought it down from the freeway, and in the 80s we brought it back down to an arterial. And in 1995, we found the 1995 comprehensive plan, which removed the link from the diagonal to Pike, because there was supposed to be historically a connection from the diagonal to Pike, even with the removal of the freeway. So those pieces have been removed. So this has really always been looked at and been on our plan for over 50 years as some type of arterial roadway or street through the town. And so that historical context is there. We've really done everything we can in the last 20 years that I've been with the city to make sure we're not widening that road, and we've really tried to just do the improvements at intersections to lessen the impact to the neighbors. And at some point we probably, we're getting a lot of complaints now about developments coming online and along Pike Road and at Hover. And so we're starting to get that pressure again about what's this going to do to our traffic. But I think in the broad context, this has always been an arterial street. When we start talking about on the south side and doing another bypass, that was floated around in the early 2000s when we did the last comprehensive plan update before Envision Longmont. And obviously that runs through open space, and we had a lot of reaction from Boulder County on that. So that's
the open space
south of Prospect, south of Creekside, south of Plateau Road. And so and Plateau Road's always been on the plan as a collector, quite frankly. And so there's been a number of houses that have actually built their front stoops in Prospect, or the front porches face out to
I drove
Plateau
today.
Road.
I've seen how close they are.
Yeah, so to say that should be the new, or that we should be putting an arterial way there, kind of goes against the idea that Pike was always the arterial roadway, and it's always been on our plan for 50 years as this arterial street. And that's what we've been planning around, and that's what we've been moving forward. Again, we've been trying to be very cognizant of the neighbors on both sides on north and south of Pike, and just doing those intersection improvements to facilitate the traffic that's working through there. But it's an arterial street, much like Hover, much like 17th. And 17th is a 40-mile-per-hour facility between Hover and Main Street. So we do have sections of other arterials in the town. I think we've seen those where we live. In different portions of town where the arterials are 40 miles per hour up to 45 miles per hour.
Tell me, I don't know if this is a fair way to ask the question, on a scale of 1 to 10, but in terms of a priority, as with this plan, where do the bicycle lanes and accommodating or planning for both commuting cyclists and recreational cyclists, how does that fit into a priority with the current plan? Is it an afterthought? It is a driver. It's a necessity. Characterize it for me.
Mayor and Councilmember Waters, if you're asking me personally,
well, yeah, you got the mic, and you're the one I would ask.
I work a lot with the alternative modes, and so for me, it's a 10. I mean, we worked hard to get the on-street buffered bike lanes as part of this project. And that really worked. We really worked with engineering staff to make sure we were narrowing the through lanes, the travel lanes, to help reduce those speeds, but buffering the bicycles, not putting them right up against the traffic, but buffering them. And we've talked a lot about the commuter bicyclists, and we really don't want those people, faster bicyclists, or even we're talking about electric bicycles now and possibly scooters in the future, electric scooters. We really don't want that traffic mixing with folks on a trail, on a pathway that's we call them side paths, but they're like sidewalks that are detached. So we're really trying to separate
the different modes, and really the people who are walking their dogs and pushing strollers and walking comfortably, or even bicycling at a slower pace with their families, that's where that trail or that pathway or that side path is really critical. But then we want to separate the folks who really want to go quickly. We had an interesting discussion last night at our Transportation Advisory Board meeting where one of the members was from Southmore Park and the other member was a bicycle Longmont member. And he was saying that he does not want to have to stop. If he's on a trail that's separated from the street, he's going to have to stop, and we'll come back to you on May 21st about those laws, but he has to stop and basically put a foot down at every crossing of every street. Whereas if he's trying to use it as a transportation facility, he can be out on the street in a bike lane, and he's with the traffic, and so he does not, or they do not have to stop, he or she. So,
Which would be preferable to the commuter.
that would be ideal for the commuter, is really what they're looking for, and then that separation piece from a 40-mile-per-hour facility is critical as well.
So Phil, do you have any idea of how many bicycling commuters use Pike? I have no idea. Do we have a count on that? Do we have an impression? Is it 1 a day? Is it 100 a day? Is it, how many commuters are using Pike?
Mayor and Councilmember Waters, we have not counted, and quite frankly, but we do have the lanes that are west of Sunset, and we hear anecdotally from the citizens that live there that they don't see many bicyclists at all on Pike Road, and that's because there's no safe place. I mean, I would, as a bicyclist, never go on Pike Road as it exists today, and I think very many people have told me that from the neighborhood as well, that they never see bicyclists on there. We happened to catch one person on a news broadcast, just happened to be fully dressed in spandex. Clearly, they were. Well,
that makes them a commuter, huh?
They were not.
Seriously, if you're in
They may not
spandex.
have. They might have been recreational, but they were on the street, and they were vying for their spot.
I'm just curious, you probably don't have an answer to this question, why we haven't heard from more bicyclers, or bicyclists, what's the right term? Cyclers, in the context of this plan. The few we've heard, the few that we've received emails from, who have identified themselves as bicyclers, I don't know if they're commuters, have been opposing the plan as opposed to encouraging us to do more with a plan that accommodates bicyclers. It's a puzzle to me that we wouldn't hear more from the bicycle community or cycling community about the multimodal features of what's being proposed. And do you have any reflection on that?
Mayor and Councilmember Waters, it's. I think there's a little bit of a fear factor of going up against neighbors at some level. Like there's a strong passion. I think there's a strong passion that.
All right, guys, hold on one second. I understand first of all, you've been very good. Like, and when I asked you during public invite to be heard, hold on, don't speak out. You guys were awesome. But staff works hard, and they're just answering the questions, and afterwards we'll have a chance to talk, I promise.
Oh, Tyler's pointing out that there's actually 70 bikes a day on Pike that they've counted, because they've been out there counting quite a bit.
Which
So-
we do have counted. 70, are those commuters, Tyler?
So these were on the road, Councilmember Waters, these were on Pike Road between Christie and Kaufman in a 24-hour period. We had about 70 bikes that we recorded.
Well, that's helpful to know.
Well, back to your
Yeah.
original question. I mean, like I said, I think the bicyclists came to some of these meetings that were early on, but quite frankly, I think they stood in the background and listened, and they listened to the comments, and they didn't speak up at that time. What we understand from them is they want to hold us to the standard that whenever we work on an arterial roadway, that we meet our city standards, and one of the city standards is that we have bike facilities on street and off-street bikeway. The side path and the on-street bike lane is part of our standards that we have. So they're asking us to adhere to those standards.
Well, one of the questions that this is not a question to you, it's a question for me, and I think for those of us who are going to be involved in making a decision here one of these days, maybe tonight, maybe not, is not having heard much from that part of the community, but having heard and been engaged around the multimodal plan and hearing periodically well, actually frequently from our cycling community, on the whole idea of a standard. And the reason you don't see more bikes is we don't plan for bikes, right? Want fewer cars, create more bike paths. That kind of that thinking. So I've puzzled a bit why we haven't heard more. I can understand in a passionate discussion people being less willing to speak up than other people for a variety of reasons. But at the end of the day, making a decision that serves the largest number of interests in the community for the largest number of people, making best and highest use of resources, land, et cetera, is ultimately the decision we're going to have to make. If we don't do anything, maybe this goes back to Jim and to the engineering staff. If we don't do anything, what would we anticipate? If we just did the asphalt, right, nothing else, because it's in the asphalt schedule. What are the implications of that? Because we heard from last week a lady who can't get out of her neighborhood. And I would assume it's going to be harder to get out of the neighborhood if we do nothing. Would that be fair? Do we have an option to do nothing here from a traffic engineering perspective?
I think that the minimum you would want to do is pave the road. But if you choose to do nothing else, you will still see kind of status quo. There will still be traffic on Pike Road.
There's not going to be less traffic on Pike Road.
I don't believe there will be less traffic on Pike Road. You wouldn't, if you didn't install the signal, you would still see people challenged to get out of their neighborhood during peak times.
Doing nothing won't make it safer, I would assume.
It will not.
So my last question would be, if you were tasked, or whoever it would be tasked, I'm not certain your team would be tasked with, rethink the project, or consider what we've heard and factor in whatever you've heard into redesign. From your perspective, what are the non-negotiables? You would say we cannot improve safety without these things happening. If we don't do these things, and tree removal may be part of it, but it would be helpful for me to know from your position to say, you know what, if we're going to do it, let's not do it if we don't do these things to improve safety. What are those things that you think to be non-negotiable from an engineering perspective in this project?
Oh, that's a good one.
And I'm not trying to set you up for booze.
From an engineering perspective, on the roadway,
truth to power.
I'm very concerned about the proximity of the trees, and there are many benefits having trees, but I always like to say, right tree in the right place, and these trees are in the first row at least is in the wrong place. They're too close to the road. That's a safety concern for me. Okay, particularly in an area that has no curbing, and you can see where vehicles have gone off the road already. We can't speak to accident records. We don't really have any that show that significant accidents have occurred where people have hit trees. We've only heard of it from a few people. I think the traffic signal would be at a minimum a good idea. That would solve a number of issues. But along with that, to make the road more efficient, you would need to add left turn lanes, because you're just going to cause more congestion if you don't provide those at Kaufman.
Okay. Any other comments from engineering team? Thank you.
I have some questions, but I'm going to go ahead and let other people still keep going. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. As a ward representative, I think I have information that neither the traffic team has nor other council members have, because there has been a lot of communication to me alone about this issue, and I've been keeping track about 1 in 5 communications on the Pike Road improvements have been directed to the full council, and for each of those, there are about 4 more that are directed to me. So the first thing I'd like to do is address Councilmember Peck's question about whether this is our last opportunity to make any amendments to the plan as opposed to the IGA. Okay? And the answer is that it's not and it shouldn't be. Before I went on vacation, I was asked by Mr. Randy Hoffman to set up a meeting among cycling experts, commuter cyclists, even though there was a big meeting about that in March, but he wanted to have Prospect residents, the city planners, me, and people who represented the cycling community in various ways get together in a meeting of a manageable size, and I think we're looking at something between 12 and 20 people, and discuss options, review Mr. Hoffman's plan, review Mr. Greenwald's, have him comment on that plan, have the cycling advocates comment on that plan. I think it needs a safety review. But in other words, look at what alternatives might be considered, and at that point, if a study were really needed, that could happen. But at any rate, we're planning to keep that promise in June, so before too much time has elapsed. And we would have an opportunity to then make amendments to the plan at that time, rather than doing it now when we don't have data. I want to point out that a lot of concessions and amendments to the originally proposed plan have been made because the data bore out the idea that these were good changes. So, Elida Kaufman, yeah, the warrants had gone from, we went from not meeting any of the warrants to finding a warrant that could justify adding the light. So we're doing that. We are adding other calming measures. Narrowing the automobile lanes is by itself a calming measure, I understand. So this is not the last opportunity that we have to make amendments, and I feel like when we make amendments on the fly, as we've discussed before, it's not usually the right way to do it. So it would be much better if we held that promised meeting, took the learnings from it, whatever they are, and if necessary, made amendments as a result of the learnings from that meeting and any other actions that the city would choose to take as a result of that meeting. The other thing I would like to say is that although there hasn't been a clamor for the biking community about that, I have received a large number of letters compared to the response you usually get for people in support, which is always smaller than the response you get from people in opposition, that say, we really support the asphalt straight shot bike lanes on Pike Road. It's in Envision Longmont, and the reason I don't use Pike Road now is because that lane isn't there. And I would use it if I could ride safely there, and a buffered asphalt lane is what's needed. There are also comments that I have received over my whole tenure as a member of City Council for Ward 2 that say that people on the far east and far west ends of the city in Pike Road, where there are a lot of new apartments, are talking about we need more east-west arteries, or we need our east-west arteries to work better. So I think that addresses the question that Dr. Waters asked. And, you know, those communications, I am in fact summarizing them now for this meeting for the traffic people, but I haven't done so in the past. So I just wanted to get that information out there because it's not information that this team, who did a really good job with the information they do have, it's not information that they would have had.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Do you have a question, Councilmember Peck?
Actually, I was going to move this ordinance this resolution 2019-48 with the amendment of taking out the paved on-road. I just lost it. I was scrolling through this and I lost the wording. To remove that one section until we get a cost from our transportation and engineering department on what it would cost to move that off-road. So that's my, does that make sense? I move B 2019-48, that resolution with, shoot, why can't I find it now? It's making me crazy. Here it is, got it. By removing the proposed improvement of an addition of paved on-street bike lane along the entire length of Pike Road.
Okay, I guess the chair just needs a little bit of clarification to read back the motion. Can you state the motion again, please, Joe?
I will. When I go back to the council communication, we have 3 ways we can deal with this. The second one is approve the attached resolution with changes. So I would like to approve the attached resolution with this change. Removing the addition of paved on-street bike lanes along the entire length of Pike Road from the resolution until we get a cost estimate for making it an off-road bike lane.
All right,
But these are the proposed improvements.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Nobody's in the queue. I've got a couple questions before we start debating the motion. And that question is, so again, I was unclear. If we did not pass this resolution, it sounds like the state's going to go ahead with a 2-lane turn.
That is our, Mayor Bagley, council members, that is our understanding from our last communications with CDOT, yes.
All right. So number 2, if we put this off 1 week and voted on this next week, and the reason why I'm asking this is because I reached out a few days ago to a few members of the neighborhood group, and I swear I wanted to get together with them, and just my work obligations have not allowed me to do that. And so I would like to wait just a week just so I have the opportunity to sit down and hear their concerns. I think I understand the project. And incidentally, the last time a neighborhood group showed up here, it was Providence on North Sundance, and the argument was, whoever moves into this house that's for sale right now, their kids are going to die because of the traffic. I bought that house just out of spite, and I lived there for 3.5 years. My kids did not die. And so the question number 1 is, do you want Mayor Bagley as a neighbor? No, just kidding. But so I guess the real question is, if we wait a week, are we going to lose funding? Well, is it possible to wait a week without losing the funding? No, I know but this is a resolution. So my thing is, it's a resolution. It's not a first ordinance. If we vote on this tonight, it's over, right? And so I just want to make sure that I understand before I vote. Doesn't mean that we're going to put it off a week. I'm just 1 of 7, but no, it's a resolution. It's over tonight.
Mayor Bagley, City Council members, this is not, does not have a high degree of urgency. We can certainly shift it a week.
Okay. And I guess the other question is, Phil, I've been on city council now since 2011. I know you really, really well, right? Meaning that we go to mayors and the mayors and commissioners committee together once a month. Joan, Councilmember Peck and myself travel with them to go do battle with RTD or fast tracks. I've traveled with them multiple times to Washington, D.C. to speak about transportation issues, and there's quite literally no one on staff I trust more. What would you do? I know it's not fair. I mean, my question is, I'm just curious. Because here's what I'm thinking. I want to hear what the neighbors have to say, but what I'm sitting here thinking is, basically if we don't have arterials like the one on Pike, then 17th, 9th, Mountain View, all the other arterials will have more traffic. So, part of me is like, well, what if we were to push everything to Pike and then narrow 17th, or narrow. So, it's like, you're trying to juggle all these things. So my question is the transportation guru, no offense to the others, but I'm stuck in a car with him all the time talking about this stuff. But, for example, the bike lanes, we're always trying to do multimodal and have, walkable and bikeable, neighborhoods. And is there, given the concerns you've heard tonight by the neighbors, is there a way, other than what the city staff has already done, to address their concerns in such a way that A, the transportation needs of the overall city are met, and B, the concerns of the Pikes, the Pike Road residents are met? Or have we reached a point where this resolution does it? Sorry.
Mayor, that's a great question. I would just go back to the idea that we have built a number of arterials in this town that do not meet the current standards because the standards weren't there 20 years ago, 30 years ago when we built a lot of these roads. Somebody mentioned Hover Street. That's my arterial, that's my neighborhood roadway. I get upset when there's crashes on Hover near my neighborhood. It does not have bike lanes. You can't bike on Hover at all. If it was built today, it would have bike lanes. If we have a chance to ever do anything with those type of roadways, 17th, Hover, 9th, we're looking at all these roads as far as how we can improve them for the next generation. And people are telling us that they want to have a more bicycle-friendly, bicycle-safe community, and they want a safer community for all modes. So we're working really diligently with our traffic engineers and all the folks, our planners as well, to make sure we have the safest system in town. We've been working with, we talked about Vision Zero last night at our Transportation Advisory Board, and how we obviously all have that goal in mind to lower these crashes. And so, the best answer I can kind of give
You
to
answered
you
it.
is,
That was I got it. Very soft. You'd make a great politician. You would. That was a good answer. Yes, there's a spot opening. All right, Councilmember Martin. And there is a motion. Let's keep comments to comments to the
Right.
to the motion.
So, thank you, Mayor Bagley. We are now debating Councilmember Peck's motion. And so I am speaking to say that I would not support passing this as amended because I have received significant communications in support of having the bike lane. I strongly feel that Longmont should be doing everything it could for sustainability reasons to discourage the use of automobiles, period. Obviously, that's going to take a long time, but we ought to get started. That was agreed upon by the city, by the engaged public, and that it was agreed on when we were constructing Envision Longmont. And it says it right there in Envision Longmont that every arterial should have two-way commuter bike lanes. And So I think that, again, we already have some additional evaluation of the bike lanes in the works, and it's not necessary to approve the IGA resolution to know the outcome of that. And so I don't see the purpose in decorating a resolution about the IGA with something that is not directly related to the IGA, but only what the city does about the part of the road improvements that it's taking on. So I will not vote for the resolution with this amendment.
Councilor Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Jim, you said that it wouldn't hurt the funding of this if we put it off for a week, so that Mayor Bagley can talk to the constituents?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Peck, that is correct. It should not impact it if we slide it a week.
Okay, then I will pull my emotion and wait for Mayor Bagley.
Oh, thanks.
I-
Joan, do you feel the love in this room? Somebody sing.
I know it's sad, isn't it? So I do want to address the idea of Highway 52. Why aren't we doing that? Actually, we are. Dr. Cog has federal funding, and we just went through a huge TIP process, and Highway 52 is part of that sub-regional TIP process that both Weld County and Boulder County are working on to get that improved as a huge arterial road with BRT, managed lanes, et cetera. So just to comment on we are working on other bypasses. It's just a huge, long process.
All right, I'm actually going to move that we table this for 1 week. It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Peck? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Christensen. I was just thinking about you, Joe.
Okay, I also would like to say that if we can get Boston to go through, that will be a huge benefit to the town. I don't know what the schedule is for that. I know there are a lot of issues with that, but that would be a much more appropriate arterial, because it actually is sort of a straight shot between Hover and Martin, or will be, once it goes through. And is that right? All the way to Martin? Yeah. Which would act as a very good arterial, much better than Pike Road, which really is a residential road. Even though the city has designated it as an arterial, it really, it was on the edge of town. It's not now. It's right through the middle of a residential area. So, so that, along with 52, would be perfectly good arterials to take some of the heat off of 3rd Avenue, 9th Avenue, 17th, Pike Road, all the residential areas.
Doc Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Begley. Do we have any idea how far out that is? I mean, a decade, more?
It could be quite some time on that project. If you remember, there's issues with actually crossing the railroad and what that entails and the process you have to go through. That's probably the biggest issue. I can tell you it is actively in our conversations, but Dale can give you a better timeline.
So, Mayor wait. Yes, Deputy Manager Dale Rodemaker, you have the floor.
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Waters, you might recall we had previously made an application to the PUC for the crossing of the BNSF. That was rejected, and at that time, it was because of this 2-for-1 kind of issue, which you guys have also indicated that you want to have a meeting with the railroad over that and probably other issues. And so in our mind, that intersection or that crossing is already designed. There's one single piece of property that we need to acquire, and it could be built fairly rapidly, again, if we could get railroad and PUC approval.
I would love to see Boston. I would love to see. I just think it's like, I don't know how that helps us to, in the short term with safety issues on Pike. Mayor Bagley, really the reason I wanted to get in the queue is to ask if delaying a week also, you used to want to delay a week to have a chance to meet.
Yeah, in all fairness, I'm not delaying this to pander to. I literally sent an email via Karen Banker and said I would like to meet with you. She immediately responded and said, "Can you meet today?" And I didn't get that message until this morning. And then at that time, it was too late because I was already occupied at work. Was intending to talk to her this afternoon. Still stayed occupied, and then got into council at 7:01.
Listen, I did meet, and you got credit. You were acknowledged for having responded. So you should know that. People recognize that and appreciate it. I was just wondering if in your motion you had any intent, it sounds like maybe not, to reflect what we heard tonight about putting together a group.
What I plan on doing is the next break or after the meeting is reaching out to former council member Banker, and I assume that she will tell anybody else who would like to come. And I just like to hear, I mean, rather than 3 minute, I heard a lot of things that were wrong in the public invited to be heard, meaning I just know that the facts were wrong. I heard a lot of things that were right that made me go, huh. And then I've also got questions and concerns, et cetera. So I want that.
So the suggestion was that a group, including council members, community members, and staff.
People would be more than welcome to join me, but I owe a commitment to meet with a few of them personally.
Well, that would be more of a conceptualizing alternatives.
There's more than four. If four or more, we have to post.
Well, I'm not suggesting. I was well.
I mean, if you guys want to,
anybody
who wants to come is invited.
I'm just wondering if we're going to delay, whether it's a week or 2 weeks. It does create an opportunity to put a group around the table to see if there are any alternatives that we should be considering that include the alternatives that would include the primary drivers of this: safety, traffic flow, multimodal transportation. So going into that, it's like we got to do these things. Now let's talk about if there are degrees of freedom from the plan that we have right now. To honor those things. That's where I was going with my question.
So the motion is simply to table it for a week, and then
So not a problem solving.
No, it will be a problem solving, but the motion is just to table it for a week, and then then listen to the constituents. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. So I think we're talking about two separate meetings. There is the mayor's meeting with a few members of the leadership in Prospect neighborhood. There is the long-promised meeting or longer-promised meeting specifically related to bike commuting policy that probably can't be pulled together until June. So now, while I do contend that it is not necessary to amend this resolution in order to take into account the findings of this planned meeting that I've been talking about, if without delaying anything, we could only pick up the resolution after we have a report from that, then maybe that would make more sense. If it's worth delaying 1 week, is it worth delaying 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or would it delay the process? Because I'm not for delaying the process. I think that there are good safety reasons for getting this underway while it's still good weather this summer.
In no way is right now it's just, we're not delaying the process except for 1 week.
Okay.
That's it. Okay.
Fair enough.
All right, let's vote. 1 week. Tabling it for 1 week. Time certain. 7 days. Don't know when the meeting is yet, but I'll let you know. Okay, it passes 6-1 with Councilmember Finley opposed. But we love you, Bonnie. All right. Next. All right, so we'll pick this up next week. All right. 2020 budget direction.
You all need a break before you start.
No, let's keep going.
Mayor Bagley, members of council, I'm Jim Golden, the Chief Financial Officer. This item is on 2020 budget direction. Just want you to know staff decided here just a few minutes ago that we're going to make Phil the designated presenter for all items from now on. So there's some trust and honesty at the podium here. But in the meantime, I'm still going to make this presentation.
We trust you too,
That's
Jim.
okay. Not as much as Phil, but so I'm going to try to move through this as quickly as possible, but we're trying to keep this at a high level so that we're just trying to get direction from you and not take you too far into the weeds. But definitely, if there's questions you have, feel free to stop me. I do have a few other people who will be joining me for this presentation here as we get into the council work plan items. So our process for the 2020 budget is underway. Currently, the departments are putting together their requests that they need to get into the budget office at the end of this month. As you know, we need to present the 2020 proposed budget to council before September 1st, so that'll be Tuesday, August 27th. So we're looking for direction on things that are going into our process to influence how that budget is put together. So I'll be taking you quickly through financial policies and then the issues that we think we need general guidance on, and then anything that you also want to bring up to our attention so that we understand what the priorities are that you'd like us to take into consideration in putting together that proposed budget. As I stand here today, I have no idea how much resources will be available in this budget process. It'll take a couple more months before that becomes clear to us. Just want to point out that in the general fund budget for 2019 as well as historically, this percentage is about the same. 73.5% of the budget this year is for salary and benefit related expenses as of the ongoing expenses in the general fund budget. So there are typically limited resources available for us to be able to put in towards new or increased service levels from year to year. So here are some numbers. Again, I don't want to take you too far into the weeds, but I do want to give you a sense of what it's been like in the past 3 budgets, how much dollars we do have available to deal with for new resources and new efforts. So in the past 3 budgets, in 2017, we had an increase in ongoing expenses of $3.96 million. In 18, it was $5.36 million. In 19, it was $2.17 million. That's just for ongoing expenses in the general fund. I'm keeping this general fund focused. What we did use those monies on in each year, the $3.9 million, so we've broken it down between increase in pay and benefits. Level 1 increases are the ones that we need to fund because we're going to incur those costs whether we get budgets for them or not. They're contract related or any kind of mandated type expenses, increase in costs that we can't avoid. New FTE added throughout those 3 budgets, and then level 2 increases, those would be increase in resources or potentially service levels or more dollars that we need to be able to provide the programs that we already have in place. And then finally, the last item up there is where we have had decreases in the base budget from over those 3 years. So those 5 line items make up the utilization of that increase in ongoing that I have up there across that I read you on the second line. So just a sense that those first 2 items, we're kind of tied into those unless we change our financial policy on pay. And then the level 1 increases, we don't have a lot of flexibility. So what we do have for new resources are what's in the second 2 items, 2 line items, the new FTE and the level 2 increases. And then also on how we use our fund balance in our budget the last 3 years. So this isn't for ongoing expenses, but then one-time type expenses or else what we put towards our reserves each year. This is showing that we've used $2.2 million till up to $3.2 million in 2019 for one-time expenses. Gives you an idea of what we're able to do, and that's anywhere from equipment as well as dollars towards one-time efforts, such as we'll be talking about the the First and Main Transit Station, we did put $400,000 from the 19 budget towards that. And then reserve increases, I'll touch on that policy in a few minutes, but we put dollars towards that each year to maintain the reserve limits that are set up in that policy. So we've talked about the financial policies and the budget process each September. We have 8 or 9 categories of policies here. The ones I do want to touch on quickly are the ones that probably have the most influence on decisions that we have to make as to what gets funded in the annual budget. And I wanted to make sure that there are no changes in those, or if there are, that you are giving us direction to that effect on any of those. There's a couple in here that we will probably discuss a little differently for either later tonight, or else there may be changes to later on in the budget process. But real quickly, first one is that we have a balanced budget. Ongoing expenses need to be equal to ongoing revenues. So we don't use one-time revenues for ongoing expenses. Employee pay will pay prevailing market wages. We do strive to budget and manage salaries at 2% above market, but currently in the 19 budget, we are budgeted at market, so not at above market. Sales and use tax allocation between the general fund and the public improvement fund, that's 2%. Non-earmarked sales tax, it's 85% to the general fund, 15% to the public improvement fund. Incremental development revenue, we can only use those for development-related expenses. And then when the incremental development revenue goes away, we will cut back and eliminate those expenses. Human Service Agency funding, we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. Our current policy is 2.05% of the general fund's budgeted ongoing tax revenues is used for Human Service Agency funding. Longmont Cable Trust funding, that policy currently is that 25% of the cable franchise fees goes towards the Longmont Cable Trust. We know at this point in time, we don't know what the decision will be going forward as to how we fund the trust or how we provide that service into the future, but we're thinking that unless you direct us otherwise, we are not going to use that 25% for any other purpose at this time. So between now and September, what happens with that money needs to be decided, but we won't utilize it for anything else in the budget unless directed otherwise. And then administrative transfer fees, simply the policy really is spelling out that we'll calculate those each year to recover the costs that are provided by the general fund. And then the general fund reserves, in that we have 3 reserve targets. We'll fund the Tabor Reserve. For your information, what the end of 2018's funding levels were, $4.85 million for the Tabor Reserve. We will fund an 8% reserve committed to emergencies. That was funded, that's funded at $6.59 million. That's fully funded. And then reserve committed to emergencies for a stabilization reserve. That's a goal that we have to go with a minimum of 3% to a maximum of 8%. We have that funded currently at 0.5% at $386,000. So we did have, I actually showed you already the amount of dollars that went towards our reserve in each of the past few budgets. We put $1.85 million to the reserve policy in 2019, which did move us significantly, get us fully funded in the 8% reserve and begin to get us into the stabilization reserve area. So, and then a sense is if we were to fully fund or get to that 3% minimum for the stabilization reserve, it would take us at least $1.9 million more based on today's 2019 budget. And then every time, let's say for instance, if our budget's gonna grow by $5 million between 2019, 2020, then that would mean that our 8% reserve is also going to have to grow by about $400,000 just to maintain the percentages that we have currently. And then finally, the general fund contingency is funded at $60,000 a year currently, which we will continue to do that at a minimum. I think we might have further discussions about that because it seems to have been a lot of calls for that lately. So I want to make sure we're funded well in that area. Okay, so I'm going to jump into credit card fees briefly in case there were questions about those policies. So we're looking ahead to this 2020 budget process. We're currently being charged a little over $1 million a year for credit card merchant fees, and those we've been paying historically as we began to take payments by credit cards over the years. We did basically take those fees and pay those ourselves, and in the past, at that time, there really were laws in place that didn't allow us to pass those on. Those have changed. Practices have changed as well. Other public entities do charge convenience fees or pass on the merchant fees to their customers. We wanted to get a read from the council whether they were open to considering that. The breakdown of that $1 million, majority of it is for our utility bills and next light bills. So that's over 80% of the dollars. There's 6.6% for golf fees. And then the rest of it is breaking into general fund fees. So the other ones are all enterprise funds that I just mentioned. The general fund services are either for recreation, building permits, or the smaller amounts I have listed up there are for fines and museum charges. So the impact to the general fund could be about $125,000 if we were to pass on those merchant fees in each of these areas. So we are prepared to move in that direction if the council gives us that direction, and then we would be able to implement that probably, certainly sometime later this year, if not by at least the beginning of 20, and work that into our 2020 budget. So
My question is, Colorado state statute says you're not allowed to pass on credit card fees. Is that different for a government entity?
well, we've been advised differently, and we're well aware of many other governmental entities that are doing it.
Well, I know, but that's why I always ask.
So
Like, should they be doing it?
We will look further into it before we get into the legality, before we sign any contracts, but my understanding is that that has loosened up.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Jim, I think this is, I'm glad you brought this up. I don't think most people think about these fees, and frankly, when I get something called a convenience fee that I don't have a choice with, that it's really not convenient for me. It makes me mad. But if people understood that if they don't use their credit card, they pay by cash or they pay by check, I bet they would choose that. But they often don't have that choice, or people don't, we don't explain to them just how much the city is being charged for them to use their credit cards.
That's correct, because currently.
So if people have, for instance, my utility bill is just taken out of my bank account, is the city charged for that?
If it's coming directly out of your account, no, there's not a merchant fee charge for that. It's if you're charging it to a credit card, it is.
Okay, so if it's coming out of my credit card account, then you're being charged. If it's not, then you're not. Okay. Yeah, I think it would be helpful if we explain that to people, although I don't know.
Well, Mayor Bagley, members of council, if we were to move into that area, we would
Yeah.
certainly explain to our customers that that's the case. It's
Yeah,
since
but I
we're
do
not
think
doing it right now, that's not to be explained. So
I do think that I would be in favor of charging a very modest fee to help recoup some of that $1 million.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Is this the end of the presentation, Jim?
this end of mine, we're going to move into the council work plan items unless you had further comment on the credit cards.
No, not on the credit cards, but I did have a question about the allocation of compensation and stuff. the League of Women Voters have been very diligent and persistent in bringing up the social justice issue that while we ensure a living wage for full-time city employees, and I'm very proud of that, by the way, that we don't insist that any of our contractors do the same. And I am wondering if in the detailed budget information that comes forward to us in pieces later on, whether you intend to present a study of what the cost might be of inserting a clause as suggested this evening in public invited to be heard, that contractors who do work on city projects be paid a livable wage. It does not necessarily have to be the 17 and change proposed by the League of Women Voters, but maybe something closer to the proposed minimum wage of 15. But we'd be interested in seeing what that would do to the city budget. Not necessarily that we're going to put it in the budget, but we'd at least like to know what the impact is.
So if that's something that council hasn't directed us at this point to move and look at those things, and that's part of what tonight's for, is to get that kind of feedback. We did pull, we have been moving around and trying to get some answers to some of those questions, and we also reached out to Boulder, and so Boulder actually, they're probably the first to go through this, and really they chose to put the living wage on custodial and landscaping services only, because that was generally what where they were seeing the number fell below a threshold, and so we're hoping it's more of a manual process for us, and so if council directs us, we will move and get that information and present that to you.
Well, that was why I asked the question, is because do we need to direct you to do that, or are you doing that because it's been proposed?
We
Sounds
haven't
like a little of
spent a
both.
lot of time on it. It's just,
okay.
We wanted to be able to answer the question should it come forward, and so some of it was contacting folks in Boulder. We tried to look a little bit at our contracting services, and as I said, it's more of a manual process. I think for the bulk of what we do, we're going to be very similar to Boulder, in the sense that I think most of what we contract for is not going to be below that threshold. I will say that something that they did do actually is services provided by nonprofit organizations are exempt to that. Organizations that employ individuals for retraining and skill development are exempt, and so there were a lot of exemptions that were brought into that process based on the information that I received from Boulder.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would like to give that direction if Councilwoman Martin would like to make that motion. I think it would be useful if we voted on it, because we've been hearing about this and we have not done anything about it for a very long time, and it would be very good to give that direction tonight when you're asking for us to give you direction. So that's up to Councilman Martin.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm happy to do that, and I was going to do it. But so yeah, I move that we direct staff to present some data about a couple of different models, as many as seem appropriate, for where we might insert a livable wage clause appropriately into some portion of our the work contracts that the city issues. And I do have to say that exempting the set that the city manager identified seems like a good idea, but we should look at not only the set that Boulder applied to, but also look at our other city contracts and see if a pattern emerges.
So can you, all right, before it's seconded, can you just re-clarify the motion?
Sure. I'd like to direct the city to make a study of which of its contractors should have the living wage clause in its contracts as proposed by the League of Women Voters, and they've given us, yeah.
Proposed by the League of Women Voters.
As proposed by the League of Women Voters, yeah, that's fine.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. The direction is, you got the motion, right? All right, let's vote. Just looking into it at this point. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, now currently it's 10:10, and I'm going to ask a request and a favor of council. We've got a lot to get through. We can hammer through this and be done at 11. That's our goal. So let's stay focused. Okay, Jim.
Okay, I'm going to hand it off to Karen Roney to handle the first work plan item.
Mayor and Council, Karen Roney, Community Services. I will stay focused. Here's this.
I wasn't referring to you, Karen. You're always
But
focused.
it's a team effort here.
Team effort.
So as Jim mentioned, the financial policy for Human Service Agency funding is 2.05% of general fund revenues, and in 2019 that was a little over $1.3 million. And here is, oh, you added this. So here's basically the history over the last 5 years of what that 2.05% has yielded in terms of funding for human service agencies. So we did make a change in 2017. Staff conducted 2 needs assessments, one about just the general needs of our community in the area of human services, and also at the same time we conducted a homeless services assessment to try to get a handle on what we could do better to enhance our services to adults experiencing homelessness. We decided that, so we did get the results of that, decided that we did want to focus some concentrated funding on addressing homelessness as well as prevention of homelessness. And instead of identifying additional funds to be able to direct toward homeless services, what we decided to do for the 2018 budget process was really to split the 2.05%. Half would go to the agency grants that we have funded for many years, and the other 50% would be dedicated for helping adults experiencing homelessness and to invest in a program to help prevent households from becoming homeless that were at risk of doing so. The Human Services, or Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, so we went it through the 2018 process. I think the nonprofit agencies were hanging in there with us, but they also indicated that, hey, when you look at the 2019 funding, can we look at revisiting how we want to approach supporting homelessness, as well as looking at how we continue to provide stable sources of funding and maybe rebuild back some of those dollars for human service agencies. So basically, the last several months, the advisory board has been looking at this. And they basically, there's variations, and it was all in your council packet, but in essence, there are kind of 3 different kind of options. This first option that you have before you is the option that was recommended from the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board that we consider in the 2020 process. One was that to really leave that amount that we set aside or allocate for human service agency funding at that 2.05%, believing that the 1.3 million and growth that would happen with that was adequate to provide funding for basic safety net services that our community is looking for and needs. And then what they indicated is that, so for the services for homelessness, homeless prevention, that those dollars not be part of the 2.05%, but that council consider funding that separately, and that's to the tune of nearly $1 million. So that would include all the services, all the funding that we allocate to that now, which is around $700,000, as well as to increase that amount to add, I think, and when we mentioned this in April, when we talked about our an update on our homelessness services, that we would be looking at trying to figure out a way to fund about $250,000 for a local housing voucher program to help provide more housing opportunities for people who are experiencing homelessness, as well as increasing some services for diversion programs. So that was the recommendation from the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. There were also two other options that were considered. One of the things we talked about is, $1 million is a lot, right? So the other two things that we talked about was to look at graduating a gradual increase over the next 3 years to bring that percentage of allocation for human services to 3.3%. So you can see on the slide there that we would look at 2.5% in 2020, 2.75%, up to 3% in 2022. And in essence, what that would, again, just projecting, that would create about, set aside about $2 million. That would be for human services. We would continue to carve out what we think would be needed for homeless services. But again, it would increase the amount of money for the Human Service Agency grant program, as well as increase the money that would be available for homeless services or other kinds of emerging needs that might come up in the community. So we did look at that, and certainly there are benefits of really looking at that in a graduated way over the next 3 years. And then the other option is still that big jump. So the advisory board said, well, we could look over 3 years, or maybe we should just jump in and go with a 3% increase in 2020 to the amount we allocate for human service agency funding. And again, we would keep that in that competitive pot, and we would decide how to best allocate those dollars. So not to have those come out of what the Human Service Agency or the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board allocates, but to keep that in there, but to go ahead and jump that up to 3%, which is still a pretty sizable amount. That would be about a $600,000 increase for 2020 for that particular option. So anyhow, I think council had asked for at least to see that recommendation. This was something that we did include in the 2019 budget, but obviously when you saw the figures in terms of how much we didn't have available to increase that, it really didn't come before City Council for any kind of consideration. So just wanted to let you know that's what we are thinking about, and I don't know if Harold has any thoughts about that, but that's what's on the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board's mind.
We can talk about these individually as we're moving through, or we can go through the list.
Let's get through this presentation. Okay. Keep going.
Okay, moving forward. The next area is the early childhood education, and you obviously this is on council's work plan. At the end of April, we had a summit. We brought together providers, and we really had conversations about how would we increase accessibility, quality, other A's that I'll have to look at in my notes. Availability and affordability, accessibility, and quality were the four things. So so we don't have any budget numbers or any estimated cost estimates, I guess, at this point in time for these activities. So we just identify those at the end of April. I think if council gives us some direction as to any particular interests that you would like to see us work on, we will do that. Olga Bermudez is here, and certainly she is getting ready to pull the planning team back together if we get any particular she's going to pull the planning team back together anyhow. And but if we get some specific interest from council about any particular option, they certainly will focus on that. So you can see here that it was, you know, transportation, it was a subsidy of training for providers, extra infrastructure support. There was a suggestion that we look at the Colorado preschool program model, which was also associated with a tax increase, and as well as subsidizing operations of preschool programs so that more people, more families could get access to that, as well as providing some scholarship opportunities. And for those of you that were a part of that, there were lots of very specific, detailed recommendations, and this is really a highlighted summary. So there's no cost associated with this at this point in time, but when we get to the point of any particular direction or things that council would like to see us further flesh out in for consideration in the 2020 budget, we would absolutely be glad to do that. And that is mine. And now it's Tony Chacon.
Mayor Bagley, council members, Tony Chacon, redevelopment manager. So for the upcoming budget, I'd like to get consideration on a few projects. All three of these are actually included in the council's work plan. So the first one want to talk about is the Sugar Mill redevelopment. Just to advise that I've been in discussions with the property owner once again, so we're in dialogue about what to do with the property. We've actually had a couple of developers that have expressed some level of interest in working with that property owner to get possession and improve it, particularly preserving the historic buildings on the site. What we anticipate, though, is that the city's going to have to take the initiative on some of the planning elements, whether that's conceptual planning for the site, whether it's providing or getting assistance on some of the financial analytical modeling that we will likely have to do, and then also the possibility of some environmental assessment work on that particular property, which is going to be extremely important, because that's going to be one of the driving factors in deciding what is it going to take to actually improve that property out there. So we were seeking about, for next year, $125,000 to assist us in those various activities. We've kind of broken down where we think those dollars might lie accordingly. So the next project is the First and Main Transit Station area improvements. As you all may be familiar, we've been working with RTD. RTD had set aside $17 million to be expended on improvements in support of rail transit. More recently, we are now looking to implement some of those improvements that also will support bus rapid transit at that particular location in a more timely manner. In conjunction with that, a few years ago, some cost estimates were put together, and the city portion of that project would be in the range of about $4 to $5 million. We currently have approximately, or 1.24. Oh, there it is, right up there. Okay, so we do have some money set aside, but we're short about $3 million. We're anticipating or requesting consideration of about $1 million a year over 3 years, although that possibly could be stretched to a 4-year period if necessary. So again, just consideration on that funding. Of equal importance to this project is also the next project we'll be talking about, which is the STEAM. The STEAM has been this corridor planning along St. Vrain, and in conjunction with that, a significant portion of the transit area actually overlaps some of this area, so there would be a lot of improvements that actually will support the STEAM project. We are also seeking, though, maybe $100,000 to help us with the implementation of STEAM, pending or assuming that we will be completing the visioning and the goal setting process by the end of this year. And expectations would be to likely move forward with recruitment, marketing, any level of assistance to try and attract some of these elements that we're hoping to attract into that particular area.
All right, great. Councilmember Martin, you had a question on the homelessness section?
Yes, I did, but is this the end of the presentation? I don't want to.
That was the last slide.
That was the
Yes,
last
that's mine,
slide.
so I'm done with mine too.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Roney, could you please remind us what comes under the definition of diversion services?
Mayor and Councilmember Martin, so those would basically be flexible dollars. We anticipate that would be about 45,000 would be kind of Longmont's share for the diversion services, and primarily would be for assisting with short-term housing, transportation, and really to help individuals. So this would be what individuals that are, I would say, that have been in Longmont less than 6 months, or in Boulder County less than 6 months, and we would look at try to help them get back to the community where they came from, or in some kind of situation where they can be off the street, but not be involved in our more costly navigation and housing-focused shelter, or eligible for our long-term housing resources.
Okay, thank you.
So at one point, council voted to direct, I guess maybe not, but maybe I guess it wasn't council. I guess the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board voluntarily took a chunk of money and put it towards affordable housing, right?
Mayor, we did that together, so we
No,
did,
yeah.
so we did make that presentation, and council did
Approve
agree.
it, right?
Yeah.
So what happened did that shift into homelessness?
Correct.
When did that happen?
That happened in the 2018 budget process. So we conducted the assessments in 2017,
Okay.
end of 2016 and 2017, and as we approached the 2018 budget, that's when we made the change and set aside 50%.
All right. Is the $1 million still going to affordable housing out of the general fund?
Correct.
Okay. That's what I needed to know. Thank
So
you. As long as it was approved, I'm fine.
So Mayor, Council, what we did is we kind of started with some items that we knew were on the council's work plan, and those things that we talked about. We obviously know that council's interested in some other things, but we wanted to start off with what we thought are the big pieces. I think generally we want to hear from council on that, but we also want to get some really high-level direction that then we can take back and look at our funding sources and put that into perspective. And then I may need to jump in with some specific questions as you all are having that conversation.
All right. Councilmember Peck?
Thank you. Karen, this is a question for you too. On the early childhood, you mentioned a hub. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Mayor and Councilmember Peck, yes, I will do my best, and Olga might be able to help out here. So I think what what I understand is that would be more of a physical structure where where different childcare providers could come together. They could share maybe childcare space. They could share classroom space, training space. And then I think, there's some models I think we had in the council communication where actually some of the providers come together and they share like administrative services, training services. So to try to make it more cost effective for a variety of providers to be able to expand their capacity by sharing overhead administrative costs and physical space.
Great, thank you.
Did I?
I think if I can jump in, one of the things as I was moving around, what you heard is there was this competition for operational dollars and dollars for the physical structure, and so to pay for the certifications and those other pieces. I think Christina and I were noodling on this, and so it's really if you could theoretically relieve this piece, then it lets them do more in terms of certification, the number of students that they're housing, and so I think that was really a real-time assessment of what we were hearing from various groups during that Saturday.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Karen, where are you? Oh.
Far away.
I'm sorry, I'm getting tired.
Yes.
When the navigation services started up, there was a certain cost that was pretty hefty for getting the software, getting that resource going and doing some training. I would assume by now that that's lessened somewhat, that people are already trained and that we've already purchased the software system that we can, for the coordinated navigation or the coordinated entry.
So Mayor,
has that helped?
Yeah, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. So actually, there were no hard costs associated with the database. So the city of Longmont did not have to pay for that. That was part of the Boulder County Connect. And so most of those costs really were about staff time and investment, but there weren't any direct hard costs associated with navigation for that. That wasn't a cost. So that what that helped us do is to provide, to invest more of those dollars directly into services to individuals.
All right, Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. So Jim, in your presentation, you made some comments about the cable trust funding. Was that in relationship or reference to the RFP? Just so that I could clarify, we are funding the cable trust through the end of this year, correct? We have a contract for 2019. That RFP is inviting proposals that if a contract is awarded, it wouldn't start until January 1 of 2020. Is that accurate? Since we're already contracted with the cable trust through 2019.
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Waters, that's correct. Councilmember Martin noticed that in our RFP for proposals,
I would have come back to that.
There was a little date issue, which we've already issued an addendum for. But the timeframe that you just laid out is exactly right. Okay. We committed to the council to bring back that answer by the end of June, beginning of July, as you are having your budget considerations, and we'll have that ready. But the RFP went out on Friday. We did issue that addendum, I think, within an hour of Councilmember Martin pointing out the date issue. But yes, we have funded the Longmont Cable Trust through 2019, and this RFP would then begin services in 2020.
I appreciate the clarification. Karen, just for my own recollection, when you back in January when you were presenting the recommended grants to service agencies, and you made reference then to what the kind of long-term aspiration was. It was the 3, not 3.5% that are included in these materials.
Yes, Mayor and Councilmember Waters. So it was, yes. So the recommendation was to increase that up to 3% over a 3-year period at that point in time, and then leave it at 3.
Yeah, and just then to clarify, with the options that are laid out here, if we incrementally moved from 2 to 3. And in 2020, the amount that we budgeted was the 1.6. Would you assume, or should we assume, that the $311,000 difference would cover the vouchers for homelessness prevention? Or would that have to be on top of that incremental increase in the from 2 to 2.5%?
Mayor and Councilmember Waters, that's a great question. So, so we would I think we would look at how to best allocate those additional dollars. So if we looked at incremental increases, we might not be able to fully fund the voucher program, but we would look at how far we could go, how many additional vouchers we could do. So we would look at that, and we would also try to increase the amount that we allocated to human service agencies. So we would do our best to figure out what's that next step.
So I was gonna wait to raise this question, and I'll just do it now. In terms of process, as we go along, in that moment, it's like, okay, well, there's a recommendation or a motion I'd like to make on this. But I'm not certain if this is the right time to do that, how we want to do it, because there are like 8 other motions I'm going to make or would like to make, not just relative to these 2 topics, but a variety of other things. And I shared my list with you earlier. How do you want to proceed, Mayor Bagley, on,
If you have a motion, I'm always thinking to myself, please, someone make a motion, because at least that way we can share thoughts pertaining to the actual motion. So if you have a motion, go ahead and make one. If not, I'll start making them.
For me, just in terms of given the range of issues that we're going to consider, working incrementally toward 3% makes sense, but only if that incremental increase means that we're going to be able to participate fully in the voucher program. If we have to do more than that first incremental step, then I'd want to say incremental step plus X to get us going and to make certain we can cover the cost for the voucher program. That's the kind of motion I would make. I'm not certain how helpful that is or how clear that is.
So,
Well,
can I jump in?
Sure.
So if the direction is to look at additional funding for health and human service, but utilizing an incremental approach to ensure that the first step covers the $250,000 for the vouchers, if that's what you're looking
That's
for,
what that's where I would.
That
would
helps
go, yes.
because then, if let's say it doesn't, we can try to figure out bridges or something.
So the question is, how should you want that as a motion then?
If you'd like, I mean, sure, we can. Go ahead.
Well, I'd like to get through my list and then see where motions. If you get a full idea of the things that are on my mind, and then decide how do you want to come at it.
What I'm saying is, if we all go through 8 what I'm saying is that, like, for example, if you don't make a motion right now, my motion that I'm going to make is
to adjourn.
No, not yet. My motion is that they recommend. So right now, current policy is 2.05%, and the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board recommended that the 2.05% continue to be used for agency safety net service funding. And then the staff is saying, well, here's some other options. The advisory board suggested 2.05%. Councilmember Peck raised a motion a few weeks ago where we're going to have a homelessness, meeting. I don't think that making a decision to increase it to 3% is going to do us any good at this point until after we've had that meeting and after we've discussed. So I think we should just give them the 2.05%. Let's do what we've already decided and start doing some business. Well, that's what I think. But you go ahead and make a motion. The floor is yours. Or not.
So long as we're going to get downstream and we're going to take a look at all these things and how they come together and what the trade-offs are going to be, I guess just in that sequence, I think the Housing and Human Services, Karen, you're going to need to come back to the microphone. I think their recommendation was to fund, to budget 3%, not 2%. The question is, how aggressive should we be in getting to the 3%? Am I correct?
Mayor and Councilmember Waters. So yes, there were a variety of options. The goal would be to increase the amount of funding that we have available so that we can adequately fund the homeless services and really return to a level that was kind of pre-2018 to fund human service agencies. And so what you had before us were 3 different options that eventually get us there.
Yeah.
Depending on any direction.
So in that hearing that, it's like, okay, for me, the first toe in the water would be to recommend the incremental approach, but with the caveat that we can participate fully in the voucher program that you described to us some weeks ago, which maybe means it's more than that incremental 2 to 2.5%. Do you want that? Is that the kind of direction that's helpful? That's different than what you were suggesting.
I don't care.
I'm going to make that motion. I'm putting that on the floor as a motion.
And
I'm not finished once we vote on this.
That's fine. So it's been moved and seconded that we move a gradual increase from 2.05% to 3%. All right, nobody's in the queue. Let's vote. All right, that passes 6-1 with me dissenting. Okay.
Do I still have the floor?
Yeah, still have the floor.
When it comes to early childhood, Karen, all all of these were ideas that surfaced during what is, from your perspective, what's going to be most helpful in terms of direction here? Because these are pretty wildly varied, very different implications financially, and some of them more feasible than others, right? The idea of a hub makes a lot of sense, but you've now got a whole host of questions about where that is, transportation issues. I mean, there's a whole bunch of collateral concerns. If we created a scholarship fund, we only have 40 seats available, I think, in preschool programs. So you can't do much with a scholarship program. So as I think about what we heard that day, it seems to me that our strategy, and we haven't talked about strategy, in relationship, if the objective is to have more kids, the goal is more kids having high quality early learning experiences every day, that's the goal, then the strategy for getting there is building capacity for people to create those opportunities and experiences for children. So that would then take me to the professional development, building capacity and licensing, so people can do that more formally and systematically, get the insurance they need and those kinds of things. And we play a facilitating role through our Bright Eyes Coalition or some, means like that. As I look at this, short of a long-term strategic planning process with a whole bunch of stakeholders involved, it's just in terms of a budget mark, and I'm not even certain that would know what that number would be. Is it $200,000 to say, put $200,000 in the budget to do capacity building? Is it $1 million? I mean, what? Do you have any clue?
So I'm going to jump in here with the point order. Okay, again, I'm just trying to push us along, and that is, part of me is thinking we talk. I mean, again, it's late. I've had a rough week so far, so I mean, I want to see these before we have these meetings. If I don't have from now on, if I don't have this on my desk before this meeting, the chair will not recognize the presentation. Meaning, I want all the presentations.
They should have been on there.
No, I know, but I want them. We'll talk later,
Okay.
but it's like, I mean. So the other thing is that my understanding is, for example, we already have given council direction to say that we will figure out a way, and we voted on it, and we've agreed that we were going to expect staff to come back with a plan to figure out how to provide every single kid in this town a high-quality preschool education. So we had a meeting, we had the forum, we went out, we had all these people come together, we're waiting on getting that back. So why are we talking about this tonight if we still don't have the information? What I'm saying is that we've given staff direction, right? And we're waiting on information. And so what I'm saying is I just feel like we're churning a lot tonight on things that I thought we've already given direction on.
So part of it is, if you can remember when we did the affordable housing piece, council said, here's a goal where we want to be. We want to be at X amount of dollars, and you directed us to then start incrementally bringing that funding in.
No, I'm talking about this. I'm talking about the preschool thing right now.
Correct. And so the question is, do you want us to make that as a priority in this budget process? Because those are funds that we would look based on that direction, and when we bring it to you, where we pull that off the top in terms of some type of funding for this.
Right. Do we have a consensus that this should be included in the budget? Anyone opposed to including this in the budget?
No.
I move that we include early childhood education in the budget in as much that we have the goal, and we want to meet our goal of providing every child in this town a high-quality preschool education. Period, full stop, and we'll talk about how to do that later, but that continues to be a priority.
Right.
I can live with that.
Okay, is there a second? All right, consensus?
I can live with that would be a second.
All right, let's vote. Yeah, let's vote. That's fine. All right, that passes unanimously. All right. Okay, good. Sorry, you still have the
No,
floor.
it's all right.
Actually, Mayor
Listen,
Pro Tem.
tag team this. This
Hold on
is
one
okay.
second. Mayor Pro Tem, let's give her an opportunity.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I would like to point out, though, that we have, first I have a question. Well, I'd like to point out that the state passed many different things. When we were discussing this before and when we had our meeting, the state had not yet finished with its, session. Since then, the state has passed a number of things that help build capacity for preschool. a number of things that also fund full-day kindergarten. I would like to, and so we need to consider that stuff in our, what we're budgeting, because it may not be as much as we think we need to budget. I would like to know from somebody whether the kindergarten, the St. Vrain kindergarten, which full day now costs an additional $6,500, I believe, according to the paper, will that now be free for everyone? And thus clear up a whole lot of money for preschool?
Yes. That's what we understand.
Pardon? It will be?
That's what we understand, yes.
Okay, okay. That should clear up a lot of slots for preschool and also some money for preschool, so that will help.
All right, before I call on Dr. Waters again, he's in the queue. Quick question on sugar mill redevelopment. So with Dick Thomas owning the sugar mill, if we have a plan, right? My understanding is the owner, I mean, he'll sell or he won't sell, or we'll do eminent domain or whatever.
We're trying to convince him, yeah.
Right. So my point is, if we spend $100 and all this money on the sugar mill and he doesn't want to sell, aren't we wasting our money?
Mayor.
That's a question to understand. It just sounds like him being argumentative.
No.
I'm just trying to hit the
Mayor,
goal.
council members. Yeah, the intent would be to use this money sensibly, so it's not just throwing money down the pipe and hoping he comes along. It would be used assuming or seeing certain steps along the way where he makes commitments and actually gives some of contribution in some capacity there. So it's not that we would go out and just do a study. He would actually have to have made good, we'd have good progress with him or prospective developer before we would release any monies towards any of those efforts.
Do we have any indication, do we have any indication that he's going to be cooperative at all? Any?
Yeah, if you talk to Dick, I think Dick is at a point in life that he would like to do something. He has a few personal concerns that we're trying to work through at this time. The other part of the equation is his son, who is also party to making a decision on this. So there are some, I guess, possibly outlandish ideas on reuse of some of the facility for certain types of activities. So for example, we could pursue that further through like NREL to see if in fact they are possible and maybe dismiss some of those ideas or proceed with some of the ideas. So if we can show him and work with him on some of his concepts, either they can work or cannot work, then I think we can make progress in getting a deal with him.
Dr. Waters?
Well, let me just start with this. We're not going to get through this by 11 o'clock. So I'm going to move that we extend the meeting beyond 11 o'clock, and then we'll pick it up again.
All right, let's vote. Bonnie? I'm never going to forgive you, Bonnie Finley. Passes 4-3 with the mayor, Councilmember Peck, and Mayor Pro Tem Christensen against. All right.
So generally, a broad question on this is you have the area that you've really been looking at that's anchored on the First and Main Transit Station down to the St. Vrain, the work that you've all been participating in. We can take that as a broader STEAM category, you know, with focusing on the transit station. You saw that there is a gap that still exists there. And you can say we want to focus on that area, and based on this, you know, we're not inclined to look at the sugar mill now, but if something comes up, you'll be interested in that. But I'm really just looking at, do you want us to look at a funding component for that downtown area?
I move that we direct staff to look at redeveloping the sugar mill with the understanding that it should not waste money in trying to convince the owner to do something or not do something, because we've done that in the past and it's been a waste of time and money. So I guess I'm just saying is I move that we direct staff to look at redevelopment of the sugar mill, but be judicious in your spending. Not 125,000
Well, we're not
specifically.
spending anything. We're gonna bring these back as potential pieces of the budget.
Well, that wasn't seconded.
I'll
so-
second.
Okay, let's vote. Councilmember Finley, do you want to say something on this matter? Okay, let's vote. All right, that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Rodriguez against. All right, First and Main Transit Station area improvements. So what do you need from us, Harold, on that one?
Do you want us to combine that with the STEAM area and continue the process that we're doing where we're incrementally putting money in that to fund it?
So moved. Let's vote. Yeah. All right, that passes unanimously. And then, all right, I move that we direct staff to spend the $100,000 on the STEAM implementation to finalize the visioning and prepare strategic implementation. Dr. Waters, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I do. I appreciate the fact that it's on here. I'm just going to assume that the $100,000 is a WAG.
I think there's an educated component, but depending on what we hear on the 13th, that may adjust it a little bit, and as we're moving through the process. This is a placeholder right now.
I get that. My question is whether or not it's a large enough placeholder. And I'm assuming, I guess I don't know if it's a fair assumption. I would hope that the next council would build on the work that this council has done. And obviously it depends on who's on the council. But I view what we've done so far with visioning from Martin to First and just west of First through the Royal Mobile Home Park, former Royal Mobile Home Park, as simply a first phase. Our vision as a council was to envision the entire corridor and what that should look like. So if this $100,000 is to do whatever marketing and education on phase one, there ought to be some money in the budget in 2020 for phase two, which continues that visioning process through the corridor to the fairgrounds, which is what our vision statement states.
Is that a motion?
Well, yes, I will move that with a dollar figure to reflect the staging of this into 2020.
There's already a
second phase.
motion on the floor, though?
Yes.
So let's vote on that, and then if you want to make a motion. The motion was that we direct staff to spend up to $100,000 on the STEAM initiative. It was seconded by Councilmember Martin. Let's vote. It is full steam ahead here at 7 till 11. All right, that passes unanimously. Dr. Waters, did you want to make a motion?
I do. Now I have a list of things that are not part of what we've already heard. The first of which is not a budget figure, but it's a process issue. It struck me as we looked at. I'll say this again, and I said this when we voted on the budget for this year, that I thought the staff did a great job last year providing data for us. It struck me that all the data on budget numbers were presented without a single objective being articulated for what would be accomplished as a result of those increases in budget lines. And I said then, when we approved the budget, that my vote then was contingent upon, in 2020, building a budget. The budget presentations would lead with, what are we trying to accomplish? In some cases, it's clear. In other cases, it's not as clear. If we're going to spend new dollars, in my view, we ought to be clear, and the staff clear, what we're going to get accomplished so we can report on what we said we'd do and what we did with commitment of new resources. So my motion would be, we direct staff to lead every budget presentation with objectives, goals and objectives that we're trying to accomplish by the use of the additional resources we're committing to those budget lines or functions.
It's been moved and seconded. Further debate? Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, sorry. Clear it. Go.
We already, I'm not sure if this, I think this is relevant, that we already have a process in our very form of allotting budgeting. I forget what it's called, Jim. The what? Priority-based budgeting, yes. And that does set forth at least the clarity of whether something is actually required by law, whether it's not required by law, it's a very complex system, but it's actually very clear, and we have a pretty good setup for viewing that. I think that does provide us with the goals and objectives of well, maybe not what the increases would add, but I don't know. To me, it's not necessary for us to continue to elaborate on that system. I think that's a good system. To me, that's a very useful system for evaluating things based upon the Envision Longmont strategic goals.
I call the question. No second. Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. I respectfully disagree. Not with the value of the prioritization process. I think that's a good thing. But for me, to go through another budgeting cycle and approve commitments of resources, even reflecting the prioritization process and criteria, without greater clarity on what's going to be different as a result of having spent those dollars, I think my job is to make certain there's more accountability in that. So for me to support budget proposals going forward, I'm going to know, I'm going to want greater clarity on what we're trying to accomplish with the additional dollars. So that was the motion. It was seconded, and I'll shut up and we'll vote when you're ready.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I'll try to be brief, but I also see an important difference between saying spending money on homelessness is priority 2, and this is how much we propose to spend, and saying spending money on homelessness is priority 2, and for this much money we should get a local homeless shelter, for example. They're night and day. And I think that, well, I certainly will support Dr. Waters' motion because I never felt that I understood what we were going to get for the budget in the 2 budgeting processes that I've watched and the one that I participated in.
Basically, this is just clarification on why we're spending the money, right? That's right. But why are we spending the money? Yeah, so that's fine. Let's vote. That passes 5-2 with Councilmember Finley and Mayor Pro Tem against. All right. Where did this go? All right, Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Jim, this is a question for you. So in your use of new resources, you have one new FTA that you've had for 3 years in the budget. Is that, I would like to move that we put in a new FTA in the 2020 budget for an FTE for, I said FTA, FTE for the airport. I don't know if David's requested an employee or not, but I would like to do that.
All right.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Dr. Waters, do you have a comment? All right, let's vote.
So, no, go ahead and vote, and then I'll.
Let's vote. All right, that passes 6-1 with the mayor against. Whether you need it or not, looks like you're getting an employee.
Well, so I think, here, we can look at these things. I think the one thing that we, as we look at your priorities and you give them to us, then when we go into the budget, we will have to evaluate whether or not the budget can actually do that. In the sense of the airport fund, it's a dollar amount that we will have to be looking at whether or not there's capacity. There will be choices that we're going to bring back to you all in terms of some of these processes and what we're looking at. What we're trying to do is get that high level priority to say, here are the things we want to look at, and we go from there. But choices are obviously going to be part of when we bring you a balanced budget.
Right. Yeah.
And just to add to that, I guess, given that subject, unless the direction is that you're asking us to do it with resources outside of the airport fund, if that's the case, we need clarity on that.
The motion was, it sounds like, to hire a full-time employee. That was the motion.
Right, so I'm asking for clarity since it didn't say where the resources were from.
I don't think council knows. I mean, go ahead, Councilmember Peck.
So this is just, and I guess I didn't state it correctly, to look at resources in order to have a new FTE. If we need to expand the airport budget, whatever it would take to do that.
So one of our financial policies, I believe, is, because we have financial policies on enterprise funds, and enterprise funds need to be self-supporting unless you are directing us to not operate the airport fund like an enterprise fund and subsidize that. Because off the top of my head, I'll tell you, I doubt they have the revenue to be able to afford a second FTE unless it's being paid from an outside source other than the airport fund. I may be wrong about that.
Can you just bring back that information then? It's a suggestion for the budget.
Sure.
Someone want to
Thank
make
you.
a motion to reconsider? All right, so moved. Second, anybody? All right, let's vote. We're going to vote to undo what we just did.
This is the vote to reconsider
This will
the direction
this will
to
go
add-
back to the point right before we made the motion, and let staff figure out what we need. Okay. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, and I know you got a lot of motions to make, Dr. Waters. Is there anything on here that doesn't? Are your motions going to pertain specifically to the budget?
Yes.
All right, Dr. Waters.
So let me just run a list of topics or questions and talk about how do we approach this, because it gets tedious, I realize, and it gets goofy. So that we haven't seen anything about quiet zones. I'm wondering, when do we give direction about what we want to see in terms of budget commitments beyond the $300,000 study to quiet zone development in 2020? When we went through our tour of what's going on at Front Range Community College, there was a request from the community college for us to consider supporting what they were doing with a grant from the city. I think that ought to be part of the discussion. I'm not certain how big it should be. We know what they're interested in, but that's not anywhere in here. When we authorized, in fact, gave staff direction for the city manager to hire a program evaluator to evaluate the restorative justice program in Rewind. At the time, we talked about, gee, that's not a bad, in my mind, good idea to evaluate a couple of programs a year. So there's nothing here in the budget, or nothing here, but I think there should be, to make certain that Harold has access to the resources to hire program evaluators to take a look at two programs somewhere, whether it's in the criminal or in the public safety department or any other human services, community services across the organization. There's the need for program evaluation. In my review with Joni and Don of where they are with the attempt to develop a version of the sustainability evaluation system for the review of private sector proposals, I left with the impression, and had this conversation with Joni and Don, that it would be likely required, if we were serious about implementation, it would require an additional staff member. I don't know if they still feel that way today, but to support implementation of whatever the version of the sustainability evaluation system is that we've directed staff to bring back to us. If there are budget implications for implementing, I'd like to know what they are. That ought to be in this budget. I guess there's a related early childhood project, and that is what Bonnie is leading, and that is the 529 plans and some provision in the budget for a matching grant as a jump start for the 529 jump program that Bonnie's taken the lead on. That's a list of, it's a mix of things. I'm certain every one of us has a similar list of things that we'd like to see in the budget. So the question is, how do you want to proceed with those? Because I'm interested, clearly isn't direction.
I think what we need to do is, I mean, there's a difference between going through, I mean, I see what staff is trying to do with this presentation. I see what Dr. Waters previously was asking for, and I hear what you're saying now. But theoretically, I mean, every decision we make as a city council has to do with funding. If you budget it, we're gonna do it. If we stop or never budget it, we're not gonna do it. So theoretically, any wish list we have falls under this. What I would propose is if there's a council member that wants to make sure that something gets on the budget, like the 529, right? I don't think that should be made at 11:10 at night. I think what we should do is make a list, either shoot me an email and we'll put it on a future agenda, or B, what we'll do is bring it up at the beginning of next council meeting and say, I think that we need to have a discussion about 529s, or I think we need to have a discussion about, I forget right off the top of my head, the last one you'd mentioned. But anyway, I think that would probably be best, because a lot of the topics, I think the topics you're bringing up are important enough that we should probably spend more time than we have, and definitely more brain power than I have right now. So that's my 2 cents.
Well, that makes sense to me. In fact, I had wondered with the city manager whether or not this was going to play out kind of the way it's played out, which is not as productive as it should be for any of us. And that would there be value in collecting from all of us what our ideas or priorities are, and seeing where the patterns are, what groups together, and and I'm guessing there's going to be a fair amount of overlap. And
right, sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
Well, so that we could get focused, and it's not this random list of mine or somebody else's.
Although I don't want the city staff to try to divine what we want. What needs to happen is, if we want something budgeted, bring it to myself and Harold, and it'll either A, go on the agenda, because that's what the charter says, or B, bring it up at the beginning of the meeting if we don't, and say, I move that we put this on the agenda. I think, because what's going to happen is that you might be very clear on what you want, but then maybe I'm not so clear on what I want, and Councilmember Finley's not, and then now all of a sudden we have all these lists, and they're circling, and we're spending all this time. I think that we should just continue to operate by.
Well, Harold has the list. He has my list.
Yeah, he was, Councilmember Waters was the only one that sent something.
Yeah.
And we've sent that, but if others want to send it.
Let's review that tomorrow.
Correct.
Anybody else want to get us a list? Get us a list. And
No.
and Dr. Waters, if it doesn't get on the agenda, I'll actually let you know, and then you can just make the motion and say, hey, Mayor, I disagree. We're going to vote on this.
Well, that's okay. For me, we're going to get into a budgeting process. Yeah. And if it never comes back up, right, the things that I've submitted or that anybody else submits, there's going to come a time when we have a chance to cast a vote.
Yep.
Yep.
And my vote will reflect whether or not we've had adequate discussion,
right,
and vetting of the ideas, ours, and as a starter. Clearly, the staff is going to do another great job, I know, in bringing
right
budget priorities.
So if I can just really quick, if you looked at the numbers Jim gave you, at our highest year that we really had since I've been here, we had about $2 million available to us in terms of, and I'm just saying, I'm rounding those numbers in terms of level 2 and FTE. Correct, Jim? Correct, Jim? No. Which?
So in 2018, it was $5.3 million.
After level 1 or before level 1?
Oh, after level one?
After
Okay,
level
yeah,
1.
so, yeah, it's probably about less than 2 million or so.
So to put it in perspective, when we look at compensation and you look at level 1 and those must pay, once you pull those out, there was about $2 million that was available for these other pieces. So as we look at those things, whatever that revenue is going to be, we're going to have to be bringing you a balanced budget with those components. The major things that I've heard, the 3 items that you voted on originally, which was the Health and Human Service funding, the early child care, and then the redevelopment piece. That, and then in the mix with other items that I don't know what's coming up that we may have to talk about, and that's where I said decisions will be important in that process.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I have to say that the reason that I didn't prepare a list was because I had a different expectation about the budgeting process, which is that the time to introduce specific topics would be at the detail level of the staff presentation. So, for example, there is going to be, I hope, a section on the sustainability budget, and the state legislative session that just concluded put a bunch of mandates on the city. You know, we don't maybe have thought that through yet, but they have, and we must. And honestly, those are things, those mandates, addressing those mandates are things that I would have brought up in the budget process, even if the state hadn't mandated them, like greenhouse gas reduction, electrification. And so I thought that the time to bring those up was after we see whether the staff put them in the budget or not. Is that wrong? Does that need to be anticipated now, and is that an expectation out of this presentation?
So in terms of the mandates, those generally come across as the level 1 request. That's correct, Jim? Those are level 1 requests that we're talking about come off the top based on those unfunded mandates that we receive. So those will be in that process. Plus the direction council gave us. There were a number of things on Councilmember Waters' list where you gave us direction on quiet zones, and those items are just going to be in our process because that direction is there.
Right. But that sort of answers the question I was asking, which was, if they're not there, isn't that the time for us to make motions that they be included?
So certainly you can make motions at that time, Council. I mean, you can make, in September, we have to make adjustments at that point if we are getting direction different than what's in the proposed budget. Council last year asked for this early type of session to have the opportunity to give us some direction for things to consider as we put a budget together. The last paragraph in my communication, which I didn't bother to cover, was, we identified, here's the major things that we think are meeting your work plan. What else do you want to tell us about tonight? And so yeah, we got a list yesterday. I wasn't expecting a list, but I was expecting that we might hear tonight, if there's something else that you think we need to know about and get into that budget, that you should let us know. And it can happen in the next week or two as well. But
We're going to go ahead and follow just what the charter says, and I mean, making a chairman decision, not an executive decision. Get it if you want something on the list. If you want something on, get it to me, or bring it up in motion, and we'll just handle it. If something's not on the budget, definitely feel free to. You can always bring it up later. So let's go ahead and talk about. I'm going to move on to 11D. So we've seen this presentation before, more or less, and so I'm not going to allow you to. We're not doing it again, but I am going to make a motion. There were some rules provided. Downtown has problems with the following: entering areas that are closed to the public, violating properly posted rules, parking in areas not designated for parking, using an inflatable bouncer, erecting a climbing wall, placing power cords across the walkways, selling or consuming alcohol without a permit, selling tangible or intangible goods without a permit, building a fire outside of city-provided pits, discharging explosives or fireworks, violating the noise ordinance, and depositing or leaving litter outside of receptacles. This is a list that we've seen before in public, and so I'm actually going to move that we direct staff to bring back an amendment to the public lands ordinance for first reading that applies 12 new rules to downtown, which were the aforementioned that I just stated. All right, it's been seconded, moved and seconded. There's debate. Mayor Pro Tem.
All of these laws currently apply to my front porch. I mean, to my, the sidewalk in front of my house. These already are in effect. I mean, this is completely unnecessary. No one can do any of these things already. So that it is completely unnecessary to declare downtown a park and apply these rules when they already are rules that apply to all public areas in Longmont already.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I was hoping that we would do this sooner because I asked Chief Butler to come and address some of these things since he wasn't here at the first presentation. Jeff,
Deputy
there
Chief.
you are. Come, please come down. So, and the reason I wanted is that when in the part of the council communication, it says, why are these changes needed? And it's 3 bullet points. These 3 bullet points have nothing to do with the park rangers that they're being asked for to carry out some of these things that they want to do. For example, the intermittent, where is this? After hours loitering by bar patrons, at 2 and 3 in the morning. Can you address that, please? And what is the city police department doing presently? And why won't this work?
Have you not seen the 3 a.m. bouncy house, Councilmember Peck?
I was in it.
It's scary. Deputy Chief.
Thank you, Chief Detective Sutter. No?
Nope. How's that? So reference the alleyways by the bars. In those cases, our patrol officers are at those locations almost every night on a regular basis. Some of the issues we have with are not necessarily the bar patrons. We can move them along pretty well. It's with the campers or the people that are sleeping in those alleyways that are also creating issues for officers. And in those cases, if they're just sleeping in one of those walkways, there's not necessarily a crime associated with that. So our officers are not under an obligation to necessarily intervene. Now, if they're drinking or carrying explosives, carrying guns, or some of those things are easily addressed, but just sleeping in a walkway is difficult sometimes to get them to move on because they're not really violating any laws. I think that was some of the reasons for some of the changes to convert those toward park rules.
So is there, and this would be a question for the city attorney, is there anything constitutionally or illegal about moving people out of public places unless we have curfews, perhaps, in those public places?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. So this is structured like parks to have hours of operation. And if we have legitimate concerns for having these hours of operations, they can continuously move through them, but cannot remain in them because the area is closed. And that would be fine.
So my question is, using, and this goes back to the park rangers, they're done at 11 o'clock at night. So looking at it from a police standpoint, if somebody's in the breezeways at 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning, and they're not doing anything harmful either to themselves or to someone else, can you move them or are they allowed to stay? I want to know if this is a moot point to do this.
Under the current ordinance, it's difficult. If they made the changes as addressed, there was curfew or hours when you could use those, then we could move them along and have a lawful contact, which then we could run clearances, checking for warrants and things like that. Otherwise, it's a consensual contact and consensual movement if there's no law they're actually violating.
So we would actually have to change the hours of operation downtown. Is that correct?
Just in the breezeways is my
Just in
understanding.
the breezeways.
Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. So we have a motion on the floor.
We do.
To bring this back as an ordinance.
Correct.
So let me just go on the record now. I'll vote against this as an ordinance without some other components wrapped around it. And it's not that I don't understand the problem, and it's not that I don't support a solution. But this, when we heard the presentation last meeting, there was a lack of clarity around enforcement. There was a lack of clarity around the nature of this. There was a reference to it being a pilot project, and I understand that the intent is not that it's a pilot project. But it is, I think it's an experiment. Now, I could be wrong. If we're creating an ordinance it's a long-term solution, which is what an ordinance would do, it seems to me. I wonder, did we learn enough from our ambassador program last year to now codify a solution in an ordinance? Apparently we think we did. So I'd like to be clear on what we learned personally. And if we didn't, then this ought to be an experiment from which we learn something before we codify an ordinance that is a long-term solution. I just think it's the cart before a horse. And I've expressed this to the folks who are developing this, for whom I have high regard. I know they're serious about solving problems. But I think this does require a different kind of an attention. I think it requires some oversight to learn something as we go along, given I think a host of concerns that are going to be expressed. And I'd like to support it, but I just want to go on record for the council and for the developer or the proposers that if they want to, I was clear, I think, between meetings what it would require for a yes vote from me. And I cannot support this as an ordinance, to come back as an ordinance. So I'll vote against the motion because I can't support the ordinance because I think there's way more issues around this that need to be addressed.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I agree with what Councilman Waters said. I don't see how this is just not the right solution for it, to declare downtown a public park and have park rangers and.
Hold on, point of order. That's not what the motion is.
No, it's to have public lands rules apply.
No, that's not it. It was just to bring back an ordinance, making these 12 addressing to make sure that these 12 things are made into law so that someone can enforce them. No park rangers, no park designation, no nothing.
But these already do exist as law. And it conflate, if you're going to close downtown at 11 o'clock, that's one thing. If you're going to close it at 2 o'clock, it's another thing. I just think this is very confusing and it's not the correct way to do it. I do see that there are problems, but I also do believe that the people who are selling alcohol at 2 o'clock in the morning have some responsibility for helping make sure that the people move along and do not continue to loiter around their place of business, and that their place of business is safe. And if it's not safe, then they should call the police, who will help them make it safe.
All right, Councilmember Martin.
Thank you. I think I'd just like to join in the general call for more clarity about this, because I have heard different members of the council interpret this plan in different ways. And one of the things that I specifically think needs to be clarified is how the protocol between the police and the rangers is intended to work, because several people have pointed out, well, the rangers aren't going to be there at 2 o'clock in the morning when the bars close. So I'd like specific explanation of how having the rangers is going to make it easier for the police to properly staff downtown at 2 o'clock in the morning when the bars close, and how that would be handled. I think that the intent of this plan in general is good and helpful. I just think it needs to be stated more explicitly how it's going to work.
All right, nobody else is in the queue. I guess the only thought I'd have is, I guess that's the whole point of coming tonight is to, I mean, that's how they put it into that ordinance. You know, I mean, that's the whole point, is to take it to that first ordinance and iron out the details. So we direct staff to, the policy would be come up with, because right now, I mean, it's unlike Mayor Pro Tem's sidewalk in front of your house, for example. Right now, if I want to go out at 2:30 and hang out behind Three's Bar, which happens all the time on the weekends, and in the walkways, once the bars are closed, we've got people hanging out, loitering, making trouble. And if it's not designated, hey, this area closes unless you're walking, I mean, it's just, they need the law to enforce it. And right now, downtown's a mess after 2 o'clock. And without this, it will remain to be a mess. But let's vote. Councilmember Peck?
I agree with you, Mayor Bagley, but this ordinance, if you look on page 274, line 9A, in neighborhood or community parks, and then we're adding, and in breezeways and microplazas.
No, again, the motion is stated. Ken, I know what it says in the packet. I don't care what the packet says. The motion, as stated, was they would bring back an ordinance, nothing more, nothing less, that states that they will address entering those 12 things that I mentioned, right? And that's it. No park rangers, no enforcement provisions, no, this is what, I mean, it just, that's it. There's no, I mean, the whole point of my motion was to avoid all that stuff and make them come back with something that we could then digest and talk about. That was it. But if not, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's 11:30 at night. Let's just make a decision. So nobody's in the queue. Let's vote. Councilmember Martin? You gotta look. You gotta vote your conscience. All right, that fails. With Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Finley, and the mayor for, and the others against. All right. I move that we direct city staff to bring back an amendment to the public lands ordinance for first reading that applies, oops, I'm sorry. I move to direct city staff to bring back an amendment to the smoking ordinance that creates a downtown smoke-free campus. All right, let's vote. Seeing nobody, Mayor Pro Tem?
Once again, I think this is the wrong way to go about things. I would support making private businesses that have outdoor eateries or bars smoke-free within the whole length of their business. Because people can't move, they're already sitting down and expecting to be able to eat a meal, and if somebody's standing next to them on the other side of the table, outside on the sidewalk smoking, they don't have that ability, and it infringes upon private property. Otherwise, I do not see a reason to make outdoor smoking against the law.
All right, nobody else is in the queue. Let's vote. All right, that passes 4-3 with myself, Councilmember Peck, Councilmember Martin, and Dr. Waters for, and the other 3 against. All right. Sorry, it's just I'd have to read all your names. Actually, Councilmember Rodriguez, you don't get enough screen time, so he was one of those 3 that were against it. So, all right. That said, let's move on to the Mountain Brook Metropolitan District referral. All right, the issue at hand before us, much like annexation, is simply, are we or are we not going to allow staff to move forward in investigating and coming up with the idea, what is this particular Metro District proposal? That's it. Nothing has been proposed at this time. Do we or do we not allow them to go through the process to bring a Metro District proposal to us? So, Mayor Pro Tem.
It's not quite that simple because it will cost probably about $30,000 to bring it before us in legal time and financial analysis and legal analysis. So it is.
I would encourage you to make a motion. Just make a motion.
All right, I move that we delay this until we have made further examination of the criteria for allowing a metro district. Tonight is not a good time at 11:30 at night to make a decision that will set a precedent for all subsequent metro districts. This is the first one, and it will set a precedent.
Right.
And it's a very complex deal that
Nobody's
we need to discuss.
Right, nobody's in the queue, so, but I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. However, if this fails, I plan on making a motion that basically says staff should move forward simply because it's set precedent setting. I want to see a metro district so we can rip it apart, say good, bad, etc. But there's a motion on the floor. Let's vote. So if you vote for, it's pushing it off a week. Was there a second on the motion? Okay, there was a second on the motion from Councilmember Beck. So let's vote. If you vote for, we're pushing it off a week. If we vote against, we'll move on to something else and have another motion. If you vote for your motion, it's pushing it off a week. Or vote against and just, all right, we're going to push it off a week. I'm sorry. The motion doesn't pass. The motion fails with Councilmember Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Peck, and Mayor Pro Tem 4. And then Councilmember Finley, myself, Councilmember Martin, and Dr. Waters against. All right. I move that we direct staff to move forward with the Metro District and bring it back. All right, let's vote. Yeah, it's your fault, Don. Let the record reflect that we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you, Ms. Quintana. All right, that passes 4-3, exact opposite as before. Councilmember Finley, myself, Councilmember Martin, and Dr. Waters 4, Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Peck, and the Mayor Pro Tem against. All right, Airport Advisory Board, you have 60 seconds. I assume the airport's there, you're on budget, we're getting sued by Mile High, airplanes are cool, noise isn't, you want to be safe. Anything else that's crucial? You want to email it to us?
I think it should be in the packet.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
The only thing I was just going to point out is we have a new format. The flow of information's better, easier to read. You get introduced to the Airport Advisory Board, which one of the members here stayed tonight, Harrison Earl. So the big thing is based off some recommendations by council members, particularly Councilmember Waters. We included our mission and vision statement there on the first page, and then with our accomplishments, we actually tied those to goals, and all the goals are tied to those vision or mission statements. Seeing as how it's 11:35 at night, I will just scroll through this. If you have any comments or questions, just email me. The other thing that we did is we included kind of a history of the AIP funds that we received, and we've also included, in addition to the airport data, budget and finances comparison from 2017, 2018, and the budget for 2019. The budget amount. So those are some of the things that you didn't see in there before, and that kind of brings everything and draws everything together. Let me know if you have any questions.
It was a fantastic report. We really appreciate your efforts. You really appreciate your efforts out there, and we look forward to getting you that full-time employee at some point. Yes. All right. Let's move on to final call. Public invited to be heard.
Scott Stewart, 229 Grand Street, Mayor Bagley, members of council. Hey, obviously I have issue with the airport from time to time. How can we direct either airport advisory board or what have you in order to make a better, friendlier airport to the community and not just to the airport? There's no doubt we can expand this with the 95% funding coming from outside sources and what have you. You know, the bigger question is, really, should we be doing this for the community? I've said this argument before. The airport, with its reporting that's in the report in your packet, they've been doing this for years and trying to discount the complaints that come to the airport as far as noise goes. I encourage each one of you to take a family member, take a friend who has never dealt with the airport before and just say, hey, could you make a comment about the airport? If they've got a smartphone, they can do it. And see how long it takes them. See if this is a process that is acceptable to the regular person. There is no doubt that this is inhibitive to, is that even a word?
It inhibits.
We
got it.
It doesn't help. The process does not help to express something. And then when you do express, the response time is, you know, if it's a Saturday or a Sunday, I was excited to hear you might get help because then we could put somebody out on the weekends and we might be a little bit more responsive. No action can get taken. We're stuck here. But do pay attention to the report because we are only indebted $3.7 million. If we do a runway extension, we're looking at quadrupling that. So let's have more conversations about the airport and how can we make that a better neighbor and not increase the impact. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Anybody else? All right, let's move on to mayor and council comments. Comments, anybody? All right, seeing none. City manager? Eugene?
No comments.
All right, we're adjourned.
It's like, I dare you.